and we're going to be doing some more AoE2 Spectating today in Definitive Edition. So if you haven't been around for the past 2 days, I've gotten myself into this wonderful, slightly addictive habit of watching other people play Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition and ranting about their gameplay. Talking about the highlights, the weaknesses, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, no. I've mostly been sticking with Arabia. I did try to branch a little bit into Arena, but mostly Arabia, which is pretty good, you know. Arabia is pretty short and sweet and simple. Keep it simple, stupid, you know, the whole KISS principle, so that's kind of what I like about. But hey, eventually we'll get onto some more cool maps too. I would love to do that. So yeah, no. Hopefully you're all enjoying today. Hopefully you're going to enjoy some more AoE 2 gameplay. I know some of my viewers have really liked the transition into some AoE 2 live streams. Yep. I've gotten a lot of praise for it, and I'm glad. That was the whole idea, by the way. I was legit looking for folk to actually get into my AoE 2 stuff as well, so I don't just have to do AoE 3 all the time. I can do more of my AoE 2 shenanigans too, and split it up a bit. And honestly, I've done pretty good with it. What do you think, though? You think I've done good, bad? Definitely let me know in the comments or whatever about it, right? So, yep, here we go. We got the Wu versus the Slavs. If I remember correctly, if my memory serves me right, didn't we close last night on the Wu? Or am I mistaken? We definitely did the Wu yesterday, but we haven't seen the Slavs yet. Yeah, so the Slavs are basically a siege and infantry civ in AoE 2. They got some really, really good infantry, and they get some really, really cheap siege, right? They essentially get a discount on their siege weapons, and then they get this really awesome tech at the castle later on called Drohoznia that adds splash attack onto their infantry units, so their champions and their halberdiers, making them a really good protector unit for the siege weapons. Not only that, of course, you got the Boyars, really armored cavalry unit, good complement to the two things I mentioned. And they even get some cool stuff related to the cost of their castles and stuff. So yeah, no, they got different little tricks and tidbits too. It's also very helpful that their military buildings also give you a 5 pop boost as well. So that's a little bit less houses you have to worry about. That's always the thing I liked about them in HD edition. Because frankly, I was pretty lazy with my house production. So having the barracks give me that extra 5 pop was so appreciative. So appreciative. Yeah, so let's see how this match goes. Let's look at the map, see what they're dealing with as far as geography, right? Like, where are they going to be able to wall up, where the stone and the gold is. Now, this fellow here, he's got a pretty open base, this Wu player. Look at that. Look at all these open slots, man. Wow. He's going to have a tough time walling this up, man. He's going to be open to some rope and raids, potentially. Red not faring much better, but he does have this corner sort of covered. Also, well, I don't know. I guess it could cover something up here if you wanted to. This is definitely a pretty wide, gaping area. So we'll see how it turns out. Yeah, absolutely. Right now we're in the Dark Age, of course. Players just scouting around, setting up the standard build order, eating their good old sheepies. Looks like somebody did a deer push for this Mouflon here, basically like this little goat-looking thing. And looks like Slavs bringing in their first little Miss Piggy, as you always have to do. Whereas the Wu player has his first little Miss Piggy, and he got his second little Miss Piggy. Got both of his little Miss Piggies there, right? And he did a little deer push with one of his deer animals as well, so both players, very similar macro, both pretty skilled at that. It's always good to see. Looks like both also went 4 on the lumber camp as well. It's always an important thing to look out for. Because, yeah, no, you can definitely tell based on if a person's going to go for 3 on lumber or 4, what they might be going for, right? Because that could tell you if they're going to go more of a aggressive push, more of a fast castle, and you can definitely pay attention to that stuff. So always look out for that when you're watching a match. Or if you're scouting someone. Like if you happen to scout somebody's base and try not to get your scout cavalry killed under the town center or else it's going to hurt later. If you can find that woodline and you know, okay, this person's got this Mayvilles, you can tailor your strategy a bit to meet that and come up with a proper counter. It's just like chess, you know? your player puts a knight at a certain slot, you preemptively would move a pawn or a knight to another slot so that you can prepare yourself for the next possible movesets that you're going to be dealing with, exactly like that. You see another deer push over here. Very, very smart. Yep. Deer pushing is one of those special skills that you just need to learn, I think, to have a better and better experience. Because what happens is if you can deer push successfully, if you can do it successfully, you can actually cut down, or I should say, stall out the time it takes that you're going to need to start farming. Because if you can hold off farming till later, that's more wood that you save that can go into, say, a blacksmith, a market, maybe make a fast castle easier, you know what I mean? Because the whole transition to farms is what saboteuses your fast castle, I find. At least for me when I go on Black Forest. So if you can avoid that sort of thing through deer pushing, good for you. That being said, it looks like Wu will be going with some sort of men-at-arms play. Very interesting, actually. Slav also putting up his barracks, too. And he's going to be getting +5 pop from that. Very, very nice. He is also going to be going man-at-arms as well. The interesting thing is, both of these civs are indeed classified as infantry civs, actually. So it does kind of make sense that both would do sort of a men-at-arms play. Honestly. We're probably going to see about 3 militia from each, and then that transition into men-at-arms with the remaining gold or whatever. Well, he's going to need some gold now, because looks like he got loom there in order to make this work. So when he's gone the gold, he's got about 3. That's fine. How about the other fella? About 2. That's good too. Never hurts to get a 3rd gold miner now, though it will sort of stump your food and wood a bit. Now, I'm going to try to figure out where these militia are going. Okay, so Wu is already at his base coming through this area. And let's see if he goes after the woodline, if he goes after the gold. Slab player himself is going to be branching out into this area, and he's got a bit more marching to do. So it looks like Wu might get first contact. Okay, men-at-arms archers. Yep, archery range, complementing the barracks there. It also looks like Wu got men-at-arms first, and he's already using that against his opponent. Targeting that 1 bill at a time, absolutely what you want to do. Because, while men-at-arms definitely a much stronger unit against vills than the militia, they're not, like, obviously paladin level strong, so the best thing you can do is just focus down 1 bill at a time if you can, and eliminate them just like you did right there. Whereas the slab player seems to be stalled in the spot, and ideally, Wu will have time to wall this off. Looks like he's already walled off his woodline, he's walled off his gold, he's walled off his fruit. Wu player clearly knows how to defend his base properly, whereas the slab player not doing any sort of protective measures at all, and he's losing villagers. So it's already looking like the Wu player is a little bit ahead in that regard, too. He's also got men-at-arms archers. He has his archer range already up here, or he has his first archer right now. So he's going to use those archers to inevitably defend his base. Should he feel like the scout cavalry is a threat, he will... Well, actually, no, he doesn't... I was going to say, maybe get a spearman if you're worried about that scout, but at this point, he's so weakened, your archers should be able to handle that scout just fine. You don't need to put in the extra food and wood for that. Just use that wood for more archers. Right, clean up those men-at-arms. Okay, so the men-at-arms do break through the gold. He opens up this passageway to let the vills out. Yeah, but he's going to try to at least get 1 kill here because he has... Good. You get at least 1. Nice. He kind of asked it at this point. Oh, wow. Wu taking out his archery range with the scouted men-at-arms combined. Though the slab player still has some archers left here, so it's not like he's totally defenseless. He still has some stuff. Slab still breaking through his wall once again. Bill is repairing, though. It is stalling his gold economy, though, so that will hurt his ability to get more archers, though. Which is effectively going to make his home situation a bit easier, since he doesn't have to worry about ranged troops, at least. Oh, okay, so yeah, I'm noticing that the slot player is a little bit slow with his walling, and the men-at-arms of the Wu are capping on that like crazy. Let's see if these archers can clean this up here. He also recovers the archery range, too, so he's buckling down on more archers right now. How's his eco doing? So he's got some gold, got some food, 23 vills. Problem is Wu is like 4 vills ahead. Yeah, so you're already seeing a bit of a Vil gap there. The wider that Vil gap becomes, the more likely you are to lose the match, on average, because the lack of economy and the lack of Vils on the field makes it hard for you to maintain troops, makes it hard to put Vils on the front to get a castle, or, get more production build. You usually want more Vils, on average. It's like your best way to ensure a win. When you start to fall behind in Vils, that is when stuff hits the fan for you really fast, and you gotta stay on top of that stuff. If you don't, you're gonna have some problems, really big ones. So try to stay 20 steps ahead on that one. Most definitely. Oh, good idea. I mean, honestly, because he's been so slow with the walling, TBH, I'm glad he's finally making some preemptive measures now to do it, while his base is safe for now. Because honestly, I was seeing the speed at which he was doing it before, and I was like, yeah, no, he might need to start doing this a little bit beforehand, just so he makes sure he gets it done in time. It looks like he is making that effort now, so that should give him a bit of protection right now, and ensure at least he has some of his corners covered, right? He's guarding the woodline good, he's got this area covered, the stone, he's got the side covered, he's doing this. Yeah, he's already behind in Vils by like a gap of 4, so he can't afford to be losing much more before this gets really serious, right? We notice Wu at this point has added a skirman, and he's going to go with more archers, so I don't think he's... So yeah, no, he's going to be playing more aggressively here. He's going to want to go mostly archers so he can continue to apply Vil pressure, only adding in one skirm to gain a tactical advantage against the enemy archers. And as far as upgrades, oh wow, Slav has fletching, but Wu doesn't. See this here? He has fletching, and he doesn't. That's a big difference. See, that's one area where Slav's actually going to be doing better in, because he's got that extra range and damage, which is going to allow him to do better micro. And see, what he also has at his advantage is this elevation here. If he can draw Wu into this, he can do some bonus damage against his range units and take him out easier. Because in AoE 2, elevation matters. The unit at the top of the hill does more damage than the unit under the hill, if it's a range unit. So... Or actually even melee units too. Even melee units follow that rule in this game. So yeah, that is definitely something to look out for. It looks like Slav breaks off though. He regroups with archers up there. And he might be planning some sort of an assault. House... Does he need this house yet? Not necessarily. He's almost going to need it. He might have to pull off of this wood though, just to keep that walled off. Unless he wants more issues. How about his archers though? For the Slab player. So Slab player is going to be patrolling this area, looking for any possible openings that he might be able to exploit upon. However, Wu does have his range units there at the woodline, takes a kill, forces the other Vils to move up to the top side there, and he can just move around and harass there too. But he does have to be wary of the opposing player that has about 9 archers right now. But the Slab player is also garrisoning skirms in his archery range that he will soon be adding to his force as well. So I think if it all comes down to it, honestly, frankly, I feel like the Slab player could potentially get a tactical advantage here. However, right now, it looks like Wu is going Castle Age into Crossbowman. Slab player needs to know his timings well and try to do the same thing. He cannot overcommit into the... Good click up. So both players clicking up around the same time, realizing that their resources are sort of dwindling towards Castle Age, and it's probably about time to think about, like, Bodkin Arrow Crossbowman at this stage. So that is pretty smart. That's a pretty smart idea. Now, at this stage, how's this looking? This is totally walled off. Can he pressure that Vil? He can. But is he going to kill it? Likely not. Oh, no. Okay, so Wu has the possible bear elevation at this point, so he's going to take you at this angle. Try to see if you can strap to the side here and maybe avoid kills. Look like, unfortunately, no. He's going to pick off a ton of your men. Thankfully, though, you have some skirms here to even out the score a bit. Skirms definitely makes it better for you. Because if you can wipe out enough like archers here as the slab player, that's going to make his transition into crossbowman feel a little bit milder for you, which you would ideally like to see. Ooh, I wonder if we can get one more in there. Okay. He did take out a fair amount of archers, though. He only has like 6 left. Does he even go crossbowman now, or does he think about something else, like the Guan cavalry or infantry or something? Who knows? He goes for it with the barracks. So, are we looking at maybe that Dao, not the Guan infantry, the Dao infantry, the one with the shield? Maybe. You get that as the Wu is one of your unique units. Would be an interesting play. How about the Slavs, though? Slavs up to Castle Age as well. And no military. He is going to go with the Dao Swordsman, the Jian Swordsman. I think when they were coming up with the DLC, they were called Dao Swordsman, then they changed it to Jian Swordsman. It's kind of related to the sword and shield unit they have in Age of Mythology, retold, by the way, for the Chinese, so it's very similar to that. Yeah, indeed, Wu has this really awesome swordsman here, and essentially how he works is he becomes better and better the more damage that he's undergone, so he becomes a more efficient fighter the weaker he is, so he actually is good at taking abuse and giving it right back at you. Yeah. But look here, though, Slav going double stabled knights. Double stable knights is a great play here, because you've basically whittled down most of his archers at this point. Knights is a great way to cap on that. In fact, he did such a good job capping on his capping on his opponent there that now the opponent can't even do crossbows now to pressure economy. He has to just make it work with these little stingy archers here. However, this does mean that the Wu player is going to take advantage of his infantry focus and go into pikemen, though. Because what is pikemen? It's a trash unit. It doesn't cost gold. It's very affordable. It's a beautiful counter against any sort of cavalry like this, so if he knows he's stacking out knights, he's going to naturally go into the spear line and punish hard with that. So hopefully Slav player sees the pikemen ahead of time and makes a good decision about it. There's a few ways he could deal with that. He could conceivably go elite skirm. He could maybe go long swordsman, who knows? He's got options. We'll see what he gets. Now, right now, he's just stacking tons of knights. Wu goes for a battering ram from a forward siege workshop. He also goes with the forward monastery, too, so he might see some Wulalo from that monk after he picks up the relics to deliver more gold to his civ. Battering ram's going to go right through the blacksmith there. Slab player also gets his own monastery, too. Let's see how these knights do here. Also, any additional town centers for the Wu player? No. Actually, no. However, the Slab player does get another TC down in the stone here. So, technically, Slab player is now ahead in villagers because he's queuing up multiple town centers now. This is actually something really tactical here by the Slab player. He knows he's behind in villagers probably because of all the losses. So the only way he's going to crawl back from that is literally just like getting another TC so he can catch up in build numbers and eventually surpass. Monk shows up. He's going to do a Wulalo on a pike. Honestly, not that good. I mean, converting a pike is kind of meh. If you can maybe get a Dao Swordsman or something, or the Jian Swordsman, that might be a little bit better. We'll see what happens with that. Going siege right now. He's trying to use his Vils as a counter siege weapon right now, since Vils do have a bonus against siege weapons. Does he get one of the battering rams, though? He does, but the TC goes down. Alright. Yeah, it's fine. He's going to build another TC to complement, but be careful. Because guess what? Battering rams kill siege weapons. They have bonus damage, so if a Mangano gets caught by a ram, you're in trouble. Does he take his knights back and try to help deal with the siege at this stage, or no? I guess he just garrisons in the TC, uses the TC to kill the Jian Swordsman, and use some Vils to poke at that ram. Which he could do since it's all alone. I mean, it's just a single ram, right? Plus he's got a Scorpion there, try to shoot some of the stuff. At this, obviously going with the single Scorpion is kind of not a crazy thing to deal with. You'd be more scared of a single Mangano than you would be a single Scorpion. Oh, so many monks here. Wow, this is brutal. Okay, one is Wulalo. Two are Wulalo. He will load 2 of his knights. That's a nice gain there by the Wu player. So not only does he have his infantry and his siege, he's got two knights that he can fall back on. I was curious if he was going to try to reconvert his knight back. Tries to go for a Jean Swordsman. He gets the Jean Swordsman, and now he's using him to clip him in the back. Having that one swordsman there definitely occupies the pikeman a little bit. I guess he's going to retreat now, maybe. He gets another monk out. He can try to convert his other Jean Swordsman. He can get the R1. Should be a okay thing. Okay thing.
What?
Is it meaner that they used to have like a sword and shield? Now they look more like a champion. Yeah, I remember when they used to use a sword and shield. Now they actually look different model-wise. When did they change that over? They used to look more like the Dao swordsman from Age of Mythology. Now they look totally different. Very fascinating. Alright, where will we go from here though? And what are the Vil numbers? So now, Wu gets back his Vil advantage by a large margin. He's about ahead by 15 Vils. Both players getting their wheelbarrow around the same time. Wu's is about done. Slabs is going to be going for it now. Picking up a market here for the slab player. That's a pretty good strategy to go for you. How many TCs though? Slav has 3. He would have had 4 if he didn't lose. He's gonna get that one back now that he's got some army here. Okay, that's fine. That way he can secure the stone. And then he can match the number of TCs of his opponent. Slav player already clicking up though to Imperial Age. I like that because he's already collecting a lot of stone right now. He's also picking up devotion to improve his monks. Very good technology for them. Make them even more useful at the Woololo tasks. And, yeah, once he gets a stone, look again to castle right away, using some trebs to force off the siege push, and bring the sphere back into the enemy's base, yeah. Looks like the Wu player is getting his castle now. However, the Slab player is going to have his Imperial Age first by a long shot. So what does Slab player do exactly with that Imperial Age? Just because you go to Imperial Age doesn't mean you're going to win, right? You gotta make it work, right? And what's the army situation? So Wu only has 9 pikemen, a big set of monks, which is definitely going to punish the knights. He's got 2 knights that he can convert. He's got a Jean Swordsman and a battering ram, and he's mostly just booming with those. Slab's going to go infantry. That's a good plan. That's a great plan. Because you know your opponent is clearly making a ton of monks and converting your stuff. One way you can get around that, make a big army of swarmable units like infantry. So that way if he converts 1 or 2, the rest of them are still going to overpower their position. That's a great idea. You definitely don't want to go with knights if you know he's stacking monks, because there's always the RNG's chance that they all get converted and you're dead. You're dead if he converts all those knights. Like, if he converts like this, let's say, how many knights you have here? You have 7. Let's say how many monks does he have? He has about 3. Let's say he converts 3 of them, pulls them back with the... Oh, he had more before, and he actually converted 2 more of them, too. That's even worse. He has a bigger stack than knights than you, and then you would just win. So, and he has a pikeman as well, so he combines that with his own knights, and then you're kind of cooked, right? Exactly. Because remember, the Wu don't get access to knights. They get the Guan cavalry, which is the 3 kingdoms sort of replacement to the knight line. It's mostly similar, but statistically a little different. So this is the only time you would see Wu ever use an actual knights. Yeah. Wu now picking up his Imperial Age. Slab player picking up Detenets. What is Detenets again? Let me look at that. Is that the castle tech? Oh, that's the castle tech, yeah. Replaces 40% of castle and watchtower line stone cost with additional wood. So then you can spam castles, kind of on a similar playing field as, say, the Franks, who also get cheaper castles. So, yeah, it's actually very helpful. Because now that he has that done, he can use a surplus of wood and end up spending less stone on castle spamming now. That's just fine for him. So that player is getting the castle up right now, right by gold, protecting another critical resource. That's a good use of the castle. And then he's going to be able to call up Trebs right here and start pushing at the Wu's position. Yep. Wu player has 2 stables. He hasn't used it for anything. Is he going to go with Laguan Cavalry to complement the Knights that he's will alone? He could. Very well could. Also picking up 2nd Cavalry armor. So he is clearly making some sort of shift into Cavalry. Question is, what cavalry? Is it going to be the scout line, the trash, or is it going to be the LeBlancs? More stables too. He's down on cavalry. He's going to Woololo him. He knows he's coming for him. Gets out before any conversion takes place, though. Thankfully for him. Slab player clearly switching into infantry. We see RAC 2-handed swords. Pretty soon will be champion once he gets the gold and food for that. You also see Siege on there. Well, that's the Siege he already had, the 2 Scorps and the Mangonel. And now we see the Trebs. Now we see the Trebs in play with some protective 2-handed swords. How about those Knights, though? Where are those Knights going? So what's going on? Oh, wow, look at this. You gotta pay attention to this slab player. He's like surrounding your base with stables. This is not going to matter much in the immediate time, but as you get into the late game, that's going to make a huge difference. Also, Laguan Cavalry do come out. And, we gone Cavalry. Call them Laguan Cavalry. I don't know why. But yeah, nope, you got your own Knights. You got a ton of 2-handed swords there. Going with the heavy cavalry will probably help protect his Wu's monks quite a bit, combined with the spearmen. Because the problem is that Slav just thinks he can just stack a ton of swordsmen and overwhelm his infantry army. So clearly the Wu player is going to add heavy cavalry in to put those swordsmen into check. Yeah. So Slav player also putting down some more barracks. That will give him pop space too, remember, as part of the Slab Civ bonus regarding military buildings. Not only is it a military building, it also gives you the same pop space as a house. Give you a nice little side perk for getting him. He's going to upgrade him into elite or heavy Higuan cavalry, so even stronger, sort of like the Chinese equivalent of a cavalier, I would say. They're actually going to be used for raiding on the frontal town center there of the Slab player. Slab player already pushing at his opponent's base, though, hitting the siege workshop with his Mangonel. Also positioning his trebuchets eventually for a rail siege once that's done. Also the castle's helping a bit too. The Higuangs really ravaged this town center. Now they're moving on to this one. They're going to move on to this one. Lot to consider here, yeah. How's the Vills looking too? We got 132 Vills from Wu. About 88 from Slavs. Over time, that means that the Wu Civ will have some more reserves, so if the fight lasts longer, they can do some really devastating raids from the stables and hurt them pretty badly. Dude's doing another TC just to protect this gold, and honestly, considering what's brewing for him, having the other TC is actually going to save him a lot of trouble here. Watch out, though. You got heavy Higuan cavalry coming from this side with some supporting traction treads. Traction treads, obviously a real menace because they're not like trebuchets. They don't have an accuracy issue. They always shoot on point. So they're very, very dangerous. Looks like you got a decent amount of pikemen there as the Slab player. He's picking up halberd right now, so he's going full infantry. So he's going to be able to add in huge armies of halberdiers to fight off this cavalry push from the China player. How does the Chinese player complement that? Well, he gets his own pikemen, looks like. Probably he's going to turn to halberdier too so he can fight them. Looks like forward town center is garrisoned by the Slav player. Very, very nice. Also, Slav is going to counteract with his little defensive force, so 2 hand swords and halberdiers right now. At this stage, castles here are a big concern for you as the Slav player. You really want to protect this. Halberdiers are going to poke that, but you still got traction trebs on you. So be careful of those traction trebs, they're very spammable. They're like bombard cannon catapults, pretty much. That's the way you should think of them. Not only that, with the Wusu, they get a castle tech that actually allows them to get more projectiles on it too. So you have the main projectile to worry about, plus the secondary ones as well. First castle's down. Looks like there's really no effort from the Slav player to defend this position at all, so it's going to be kind of tough. Again, his halberd's into position now, though. Can get the cav off, but can he do something about the traction trebs? They're eating away at his structure. Yeah, that's a real question. Plus he does some more Xian swordsman, too. Looks like now that you reach the imp age, now they sort of have the sword and shield that I recognize him by. Yeah. So they have like random models, however. I saw one with 2-handed sword and I saw one with the regular swing. Yeah, no, they're the same, yeah. Just trying to figure that out. Alright, so Halberdier is going to push forward there and start cutting through all that cavalry. Very, very nice. Yeah, you gotta have a solution for traction trebs as a Slav player. It's noble sort of how he's trying to go for some sort of infantry defensive, but right now he needs to be able to defend his infrastructure. How much stone does he got? Does he have... Okay, he's got stone there. Doesn't have stone here anymore. Does he have any other stones he could fall back on if he needs it? Doesn't look like he's got gold. He's got no stone. So you got a bit of a ticking time bomb for you to get this figured out quick. A candlestick. If you don't, too bad. Too bad, man. You gotta get on top of that stuff really quickly. There you go, man. GG's. How do I think this one went? Well, I think the main issue is that, obviously, Wu player maintained some pretty good Vil supremacy throughout the game. That was like a big thing that propelled him ahead. Another thing, too, is Slav just wasn't able to switch over his army in time and deal with the combined threat of both army and siege, pushing his position. His main plan was to use Drohoznia to get halberdiers and champions up with that splash attack and be able to cut through all his infantry without realizing, dude was diversifying his stuff, getting some traction trebs in there and going to be sieging him. Yeah, the timings were just really bad for him. Plus, Wu, to his credit, did some pretty good raiding there with his Heguan cavalry, surrounded his base with stables, so he was prepared to go for a long-term pressure of his base, kind of making it nigh impossible to, defend his position. So that was some really good strategic playing by the Wu player, actually. he made his players suffer there quite a bit, for sure, so that was pretty good. Now, let's see if we can find another match, too. Any other good stuff? What's this? Got some 1500s here doing Gujaras versus Burma. Why does that matchup sound familiar to me? I don't know. Good question. Do you know why? It's a 9-second delay, so I'll have to wait a little bit. I can use that time to share the stream with some Discord servers while it's loading the match up. Hopefully you're all enjoying the show so far. I'm doing my best here. Trying to put in some good strategic analysis and stuff. If you want to let me know anything of these games, want to talk about them, feel free to talk to me about them. You know, I love talking about the games myself, but if you say anything cool too, any comments about what you're watching, definitely let me know and I can consider it too. For sure. Always makes the discussion more interesting when it's like me and the viewers instead of just me sitting there and yapping stuff out. For sure, so always put your 2 cents in and I'll definitely listen. Now we're about 40 seconds in. Should be coming along though at this point, yeah. $20 in. 15 seconds in. Sorry, I'll stop being obnoxious. I don't think I'm being obnoxious. I'm being informative. I'm being edumacated. It's like I'm an edumacated viewer of games. Very edumacated. Should be raining in a second, though, I hope. I hope we'll be. What do you think? We'll be ready soon? Yeah, there we go. Alright, so first is first. What makes Gujaras one of the wackiest civs in AoE 2? Well, the fact that they start with 2 berry bushes right around their town center. Not only that, you can actually garrison your sheep inside of the mill. Pretty scary, huh? Yeah, no, it really makes the Gujara build order like super wacky because unlike other civs, instead of going for an early lumber camp, you actually start out with a mill, and then you use the straggler trees around the TC to get your wood. Yeah, it's kind of a interesting civ to say the least. But if you're fine with that build, it can be quite fruitful because you'll have that food trickle like the rest of the game benefiting you from the mill. For every sort of sheep that you can get. Yep, look, he's already got about 2 of them. Try to get at least 6 of them. If you got more, even better. Do you have any more here, or is that it? It's got 2 over here. And we got 2 over there. Trying to see if he has any other sheepies that he can eat. Not without stealing from his opponent, probably. It looks like his opponent kind of has everything on his end. Yep, well, that one he just picked up. So that should not be an issue. Now, matchup-wise, what can we expect from this? Well, the thing is, Burmese, good infantry, good cavalry, including their battle elephants. They got, of course, their Arambai crazy unit. Gujaras, of course, are going to be using their camels a lot. Got a good bonus on their camels. They got the chakrams. They got the Shamshara riders. They got, some cool stuff. And elephant archers, too. Elephant archers. Yeah, they're one of the 3 Indian civs that gets elephant archers. So it should be a good matchup. So overall, let's see how this turns out. And of course, the camel scout. Who can forget about the camel scout? The only civ that doesn't get a scout, but a camel scout. Well, the civs get things other than scouts, but they're the only civ that gets a camel scout, though. See, to me, I feel like that'd be like the worst reconnaissance in the world, because the point of reconnaissance is scouting out your opponent and trying to be hidden, be like a spy incognito. How are you supposed to hide and be stealthy and try to learn stuff about your enemy before they know if you got a big stinky camel that they can smell? Because they're gonna, it's gonna smell like the inside of a Denny's bathroom within a few seconds of smelling out onto the field, and they're like, oh god, there's the enemy with this camel scouting us out, so now we know that he's reporting to his commander, and then we get into defensive formation because they know our position now. That's how you know. If they're on a horse, maybe you could clean up the scent a little bit, but a camel, no way. And trust me, I've smelled camel before. It's hard to avoid that smell of a camel, even with all the proper sanitation. Just all the science in Saudi Arabia just won't make it work. Definitely not. Alright, so we got 17 bills for Burma, 16 for... Alright, so, yeah. Okay, so barracks for Burma. That's a pretty good play. Very, very nice. How about for the Gujarat player? Also, I didn't even comment on the geography of the game either. Like, what's the geography like here? What is the map features? Like, where are they going to have to wall from? So, this is pretty open weakness for Gujarat. This looks pretty wallable. This too. And this is kind of open as well, but at least it kind of gauges where you're going to have to do your defensing. As for Burma, looks like he's already trying to close this gap a bit, which is good since that's sort of his front area. The backside is like totally wide open though, like open field. You do have this little closing here though you can do. Definitely watch out for the backside. Definitely protect that gold of yours. So you know that could be a problem. Alright, it looks like Burma's going to be the first one to click up the feudal. He's already going up. Gujarat should do any second. Alright, he's clicking up now. He's about behind by, I think, like, approximately a minute. Alright, so whatever sort of... Okay, Burma's going to go men-at-arms. We can see the militia popping up right now in the barracks. He's going to have the age-up advantage there, so that's kind of going to work in Burma's favor, provided he can make it work, right? Just because you go man-at-arms doesn't mean you're going to get any bill kills, right? You might just be a minor nuisance. Who knows? It all depends on, how the player's base looks. If they're quick with their small walling, like, can they do that? If the player doesn't know how to small wall, obviously you're going to do pretty fine. Looks like he already walled up ahead of time, though, so looks like the wood line and the gold is completely safe. How about other stuff? So, fills for food near the TC. What after that? Does he go over here at all? Yeah. Alright, looks like he's already trying to break down that house. Gujarat just getting his barracks now, though. So he's going to be trying to defend this somehow. How does he do it? Well, at this stage, I would probably go either scout or archer or something. Man-at-arms coming into play right now for the Burma players. So now those man-at-arms are in. They do more damage, have more stats, be a bit more threatening. And archers, man-at-arm archers. One of the most strongest plays in the game, but one of the hardest to run. It's very tough to do men-at-arms archers because it's not so much, the micro or anything. It's the fact that you have to macro so well, and you have to make the right timing from like standard Dark Age food and wood economy to adding in that mining camp to be able to get, the upgrades you need, add the archers in. It's a very complex subject, and then obviously when you go man-at-arms archers, you got two units you're responsible for. You're responsible for the man-at-arms to be breaking stuff down, going after vills and melee, and then you have to worry about the archers and finding little pockets to shoot at vills over the walls, It's a lot of multitasking. Whereas scouts are one of the easiest builds to work with, man-at-arms archers one of the harder ones to work with, yeah. But it looks like right now, at least for now, Burma's clearly the only one with any real army right now. But, oh wait, Gujarat has an archer in right here that I didn't even see. He's popping them out right now, garrisoning the archers. Then he's probably going to pop them out and try to do some micro. Yep. Now he does have technically a bit of a disadvantage since he does have some protective man-at-arms and a spearman there, so he's got a little bit more stuff to shoot through. But could make it work. Definitely the faster agent by the Burma player gave him a huge spring out of the gate to begin initial aggression and get everything he wanted quickly. Double bit axe coming out right now for Gujarat player, followed by fletching. Good idea. If you're going to be going with range units, fletching can be great. Then you force your opponent to get fletching as well. So, if you start using that extra attack and range with fletching, kind of forces the enemy to build a blacksmith and do the same thing. Okay, he's getting it now. Okay, good. Alright. You'll have a few seconds advantage with the fletching, but... Oh no, he's got the elevation too, so watch out for that. See if you can get him off. I'm sure he won't give up that hill. You know that whole phrase, you're gonna die on this hill? I have that idea. Because you really want to use that bonus attack when you're up there. Oh, good use of the TC there. Wipes out the man-at-arms. Now it's no longer man-at-arms archers. It's just archers. Makes it a lot easier for you. Now, at this stage, it looks like Burma technically has more archers, so he's still kind of in a threatening position. Also trains up another archer to join him. Yeah, he's still training archers, by the way, but now Gujarat knows time to switch into skirms, you know? Save some of that gold. No need to keep going archers if the enemy clearly has more of them. If your opponent has more archers than you, time to switch to skirmishers so you can do some bonus damage. And obviously stop wasting that gold, so you don't lose those wonderful gold units, hurting your late game. You already gotta start thinking about that stuff early on during the match, like how am I gonna use the least amount of gold to win my fights where I can, right? Using things like scouts, skirmishers, spearmen, possibly even some other units to make that happen. How many skirms? You got two here, two here? Let's see if he can... Oh no, Burma's clicking up right now. Burma's clicking up right now. Looks like upon Castle Age we're going to be looking at stable units. Does he have a stable in his base? Yes, he does. So, what could that mean? That could mean knights, that could mean battle elephants, you don't know yet. So, definitely we're going to be seeing stable stuff from the Burma player. That's actually a pretty smart play on his part, I would say, for sure. Trying to look at the cavalry bonuses for the Sith. Oh, they don't get any specific cavalry stuff until they get mana pour from the castle, but they still get more melee and pierce armor on the battle elephant, so I always wondered that, like, exactly what are the exact cavalry bonuses that the Burmese are best known for. There you go. Yep, got archers and skirms there, right, to fight the scout. Very, very nice. Get that going. Very good. Bodkin arrow for the Burmese player there, even though he's not going to be going crossbowman, obviously, since he has so few units to justify the upgrade.
તમારી સેવામાં હાજર આજ્ઞા હું તૈયાર છું
Oh wow, a single knight wiping out his archers. See, yeah, no, knight's pretty good unit, you know. That's the one thing you can say about knights in this game. They're one of the more flexible units that you can kind of do almost anything with. They can kill archers, kill bills, take out siege, take out sword line units, take out other cavalry that are weaker. No, you can get a lot done with the knight. Obviously cleaned up whatever remains of range US the Gujar player had. That's fine though, you know, you can obviously go stable camels. Is this it? Getting another town center though, that's a smart idea. How's the Vil situation looking? So, one thing that we can definitely say for now is both Gujar and Burma have equal Vils. But now, in theory, Gujar is actually going to grow in his Vil numbers because now he's got the secondary TC set up. Any secondary TC town center setups by Burma yet? No, not yet. Should be thinking about that around now though. Fortunately, it doesn't have any stone, so we won't be able to do that right away. Yeah, definitely not. What's that? See, oh, he's gonna go for a siege push right now. Wow, so he's gonna go for a siege push with knights. Alright, he's okay. So he's gonna add more archers in too. He just upgraded into crossbowman. He's gonna be adding in more archers with that bodkin arrow. I was wondering, what is he going for bodkin arrow with, since he doesn't have a lot of archers. So he is actually going to commit to a crossbow knight push, and then the Gujar player capitulates before the siege even goes up. He already can't handle crossbow knight because he doesn't have the stable established, doesn't have a lot of reserve resources. This was a pretty good situation for the Burma player in advancing, so they did pretty good there on their side. It's quite impressive. Alright, let's go into the next one. Gotta find a new match. Also, how are my viewers doing today? Doing good? Having fun? Fun in the sun? Ah, cool. Hopefully you're having a good day today. Doing lots of good streaming, of course. Yeah, totally. So we got about 10 views so far. Not bad. Well, not super good, but it's doable. I'm probably going to return to AoE 3 tomorrow. I think Saga said we could work on the next Civ analysis for Wars of Liberty. We could do either Romania or Bulgaria together, the rest of the Balkan Civs, yeah. I would love to do Romania myself, but I'm sure he wants to go Bulgaria, so, you know. I'm more of a Romania fan, he's more of a Bulgaria fan. It is what it is. But, yeah. Because I feel like there's a lot more to learn with Romania, actually. But maybe it might be a bit more complex for him, so he probably wants to start off with Bulgaria, which is... Well, Bulgaria is not a simple civ either, actually. They are a painful civ to learn in many other ways, so I can't really call that an easy project at all to learn. Nah, not in a million years, so yeah. I'm just trying to think what civ we should do here, what matchup... Tunes and Franks. Also, what map? We have an arena here. Who's this? So we got some sort of like upper 1200k ELOs on arena. Maybe we get our arena game finally. We keep looking for that. And I'm sure people are getting sick and tired of Arabia. They're like, come on, pick a different map already. I'm sick and tired of seeing Arabia. Go play a different map. We can do another map. We'll do some arena. It's like the second most bland map to play on. I'm going to do the most bland map to play on. I'm going to do the second most bland map to play on. So you have at least a little bit more thankful. There you go. No problem. Oh, yeah. It's like that Moana song thing. I don't want to listen to Moana songs again. Not modern Disney. Oh no, go back to the old Disney. Alright, we should be starting in a second. Alright, can't wait to see it. Arena's always a fun one because it's not your standard average Joe gameplay. Well, on a normal map like Arabia, you gotta worry about things like men-at-arms archers, scout rushes, all that. In a arena game, things are a little bit more long-term, right? It's going to be usually in the early Imperial Age, sometimes the late Imperial Age, that the game's going to end. On Arabia, it could be Feudal Age, it could be early Castle Age, it could be late Castle Age, it could be early Imperial Age, depending on what the Civ matchups are. But here, it's going to be sometime in Imperial Age where you see a real death, unless the players are doing something really weird. Yeah. So, just so you know, for a rule of thumb, whenever you're playing Arena, there's a way you're supposed to do it. So the way you're supposed to do it is this. So in general, what your main goal should be, try to go for a fast castle as fast as you can. So you know how a fast castle is a fast castle, right? It's a fast castle. It says fast in the name. Just like, when you're running a marathon, you're supposed to be the one to run to first in place, right? So, biggest goal, get the fastest fast castle in the game, get a monastery up, start hunting for those relics, and then get as fast as you can into an Imperial Age with the solid, robust 3 to 4 town center economy. That's really what you want to do. Because the big caveat of Arena is the fact that you get this big stone wall protecting your base. So you don't have to worry about traditional Feudal Age gameplay, only Imperial Age gameplay. You're seldom ever going to see something be done in the Castle Age. Usually if one person is really incompetent and inept, then they just let it happen. But if you're dealing with people, they're somewhat decent, they're not going to fall for a push or whatever in the Castle Age. It's going to only be in the Imperial Age that you're going to see a real gameplay. And often, depending on how skilled you are with building the eco up in the Castle Age, how many relics you got, things like that, that'll sort of decide who wins. Also, where is your castles, relatively speaking. If your opponent gets a castle like right up against your base here, you're kind of in trouble, but if you can manage to push him off a bit, then things are looking a little better for you. So, there's a couple of little pointers there. But anyways, what Civs we're looking at? We got Vikings versus Chimeras. So, in a late game circumstance like this, Chimeras are pretty good. Actually, really good. Because they get really strong battle elephants. They get the tusk swords on them, so they get that extra damage on the elephants. That's pretty good. Also, they get the scorpion units with double bolts. Instead of shooting one projectile, they shoot 2. That includes the regular scorpions, plus their wonderful infinite ballista elephants, which are sometimes even better than the scorpions. Very, very nice. Plus they get a good proffer of archery and siege options too, so they're not bad in that area either. Whereas Viking's going to be mostly playing infantry, playing archers somewhat, doing, their siege like trebuchets. That's kind of where they're going to be at, because as you know, Viking infantry gets like plus 20% HP starting in feudal, so berserkers, maybe champions, and pikemen down the road are probably going to be something they're going to want, just so you know. I'm watching carefully right now who's ahead in villagers. It looks like right now there's a 1 villager lead for Vikings, so he could potentially get a faster feudal on how he works here. He's doing some deer pushing now, which is very smart. The Viking player, that is. So that way he doesn't have to go into farms right away. That's going to secure his fast castle and, keep it in good shape. So I'm liking that. I'm like that he's doing that. Should be very, very helpful for him, basically. Yep. Yeah, it's effectively a 1 village elite. I'm like looking at the numbers up there. Okay, so who gets up to feudal first? Looks like Khmer will click the feudal first. Also, why is Viking have such little food? What's up with that? What is going on there, man? I don't know, dude. Okay, so yep, it looks like Khmer is clicking up to feudal right now. Very nice. Oh yeah, because he's got a Vilcute. Oh god, that's a little embarrassing. Because see, he could have maybe capped on that and gone a quicker feudal age timing. I would probably cancel that Vil out just to keep it going, but you can totally do that too. You can totally do that as well. So yeah, no, basically. Because he had that Vil stalling his queue in the town center, now Khmer is only about a 30-second lead ahead of him in feudal age. Yeah. But how are the other resources looking? See, this is the thing where Khmer's get really crazy. So, essentially with the Khmer Civ, you don't have any building prerequisites for the entire Civ, which means 2 things. Number 1, you don't need to build certain buildings first before you get other buildings. That doesn't exist. And number 2, you don't need building prerequisites for age ups. So if you want to do a fast castle as Khmer's, you don't need a blacksmith in the market. You just need to just have the resources. It's bing, boom. Did you see this? He's got feudal clicked up, and he's already clicking up the castle age instantly. You couldn't do this with any other civ. So this right away makes Khmer's one of the best sort of fast castle civs on the market. Because they don't have to go out their way to have wood for a blacksmith and market. They just can get the fast castle right away. Use that wood for a town center, Get a monastery out. Start collecting the relics because it's arena. You need the relics. And every time you play on arena, there's typically about 5 relics. You got one here, one here, one here. It's kind of like a star shape, so that's pretty fascinating. As the Viking also castles, but clearly way behind the Khmer player. And I guarantee you, we're going to see a town center here by Khmer. Or a monastery, or maybe even both. Probably one of them. And that's going to signal that he's going to have a very robust eco ahead of time. There, yeah. So will it be a T0 monastery for the Khmer player? It will be... Nothing yet. I guess the good thing for the Viking player, though, is that with the Vikings, you do not have to buy wheelbarrow or handcart. So those efficiency-based technologies are already researched for you for free when they go into the relevant age. So when you hit feudal age, wheelbarrow is free. When you go to castle age, handcart is free for the Vikings. So that's a kind of way of catching up a bit to the Chimera situation, yeah. Looks like we do have a TC. TC here. TC here. Because you're completely safe and secured in your base on Arena. A 3 town centers start to castle age. Totally doable. Totally doable. Because you got the 200 stone. You put 100 stone into each of the town centers, and then that's what you do. Viking is going for a forward castle. Yep. This is what I was talking about with you. This is one of the things you can do on Arena. This is one of your ways to play. Typically, you're either the person doing a forward castle on somebody's wall yourself, or you're the one that's trying to defend your base from this exact thing. Right? Since obviously Chimera went for a 3 town center setup to be greedy, he clearly wasn't ready to pivot into a castle himself, and thus now the Viking player can get the castle down, could potentially build some berserkers and start harassing his gate. Start pushing the gate now and doing some pressure. Now that this is Arena, though, and he has all this stone wall here, he can obviously fight back. It's not a guaranteed, loss. You know what I mean? He can obviously get range units, get some siege of his own, and just make it work, basically, yeah. Looks like the Chimera player goes in the light cavalry. You know why? Because he was anticipating a war for the relics. And the scout line, so scout cavalry, light cavalry, hussar, actually has conversion resistance, which means it's harder for monks to convert them. So one of the best things you could do to collect relics on this map, send out some light cavalry, or even just your scout cavalry, to resist the conversion and kill the monk of the enemy so you can grab his relic and steal it. It's one of the best strategies you can do, pretty much, yeah. Any berserkers yet for the Viking player? Nah. He might be going straight up Imperial, too. He could. He could do that. I think he might be doing that. He might be going just straight up Imperial. He might just be doing Imperial Age. Because he's grabbing the bush here. These fox. Okay, so fox are animals that actually contain gold instead of food. So he'll actually be able to get more gold through those guys, just so you know. It's kind of an interesting thing, right? Yep, totally. Something that was introduced with the addition of foxes to the game was gold huntables, yeah. Something that's existed for a long time in Wars of Liberty, but the first time we see it in AoE 2. Yep, this is one thing you can clearly do with the castle, by the way. Just shoot down the walls with the castle arrows, and you'll eventually do it pretty quickly since it shoots a lot of projectiles. There's obviously not much your opponent can do to stop a castle shooting at his walls. First until you get to Imperial Age and you can field your own trebs. Which reminds me, guess what you can do now as a Viking? You can get your own trebs. Because you're clicking into Imperial Age, he's about almost halfway through. Once you get through that, Trebuchet is right over here. It's going to protect him with pikemen and berserkers. He's queuing in the berserkers, he's queuing in the... he already has the spearmen that he already put over here, and now he upgraded the pikemen. So he's going to go for counter cavalry, protecting his siege engines. Whereas Chimera players go in scorpions and light cavalry. Could be a formidable threat. Using a big stack of trash units to protect your scorpions as the chimeras. Could be serious. Again, remember, chimeras do not need prerequisite buildings. So he could just get an Imperial Age any time if he gets the resources for it. He doesn't have to go and build a castle, a university, monastery, that sort of thing. So in a sense, it does give him a pretty nice edge to work with. We see monks coming for chimeras to get some relics. Unfortunately for him, he's got a real threat now. He's got treads, he's got infantry to deal with, plus some mangonels too from the Viking player to worry about. Trebuchet is going out for the stable first to make a nice entry point here. But look out, because now if you try to go through here, you're going to have a choke point, a bottleneck. And guess who likes bottlenecks? Scorpions. Because guess what? They shoot these little bolts, they move in a straight line. So if you try to get your infantry into this line here, scorpions shoot here and they go pew, pew. They're going to shoot through your entire formation and do damage and rip them apart. One thing I would suggest, use the onagers to break down some of the houses a bit and get through, yeah. That'd be a great idea. Definitely consider that. Does Viking have a university yet? Doesn't look like they do. Trying to remember, did the Vikings get siege engineers at all? Trying to remember. I don't remember the top of my head. Let me look that up, actually. Did they get siege engineers in their university? They do. Oh, good. Because you can use that extra range on the siege engineers to outrange the scorpions at this stage and to punish them, to push them off so your infantry can go in safely. So yeah, no, going archers was a totally appropriate play here. No, they're mangonels. I thought they were archers for some reason. I looked at the wheels and I thought they were archers. I don't know what I was thinking there. Like, dude, I thought they were archers. But still, I mean, mangoes are still going to be good for pushing off scorps. Look at that. That wide arc damage just does a lot of damage to scorpions. Also some good RNG with the trebuchets too. Bombarding them right into the scorpion line there and taking out two of them. Good use of the trebuchets there to take out the stables, take out all the structures, but now the Chimera player has made his signature battle elephants with the scorpions. Watch out for that. The one thing that the Viking player has done, though, to put things into his advantage, is to actually attack him in the Imperial Age with advanced tech there. Also, he's got a monk to try to convert his battle elephants too. It's a good way to take advantage of the units since they're very slow. Infantry taking out the scorpions. Oh, and then it converts another elephant. Wow, even better. I think at this point, Viking is clearly in a winnable position. He's got the trebuchets, he's got all the units he needs. Khmer is clicking up now to Imperial, but it's a little late, because look at how much land he's already grabbed. Look at how little building space the Khmer player has now. He'd have to do some pretty good miracle work, some really good micro, some really good unit implementation, just to clean out that gutter of the situation. Cast one of Teutonic Fortress match. How do I get those? Do you know where I can find those matches? If you can send me a link in the chat, I'll definitely look it up for you. But even if you don't, I guess I could look it up on, like, Google. I could Google them up later and look into that. Because I would happily do Teutonic Fortresses games, if I could. Tell me where I can find the sources for that and I'll do it. Or I'll look it up later. Or I could do it now, too. Maybe I will. If it won't take very long, because I want to keep the games going so people don't get tired and bored or whatever, so if it takes too long to figure out, I'd rather just do it after the fact, but if you can do it quickly, I'll quickly search for that. Obviously, that Mangonel's doing a lot of work, by the way. Look at how good Mangonels are against Scorpions. It's like a silver bullet against them as long as it's done right. I think that the Scorpions end up becoming a threat, though, once there's a lot of them and they're all spread out. But until then, the Mangonel's always going to be the preferred weapon to handle the Scorpion from. Because even if they do counter the Mangonels in the end, once it gets to that phase, they'll still kill a ton of them when they do it. Converts another Battle Elephant, starts killing some of his corpse with it. Wow, unreal. He's like butchering his siege with that stuff. Converts another Battle Elephant now. Even better, two of them. Two Battle Elephants. Gets another one. Where's he get another one now? Gets another one. Look at all the Battle Elephants he's converting. Look at this stuff. It's not even playing Vikings anymore. It's playing, like, Indians at this point, yeah. Good stuff so far. Trebuchet is going for a siege on the other siege engines first before they move in. There's so many converted Battle Elephants, it's like actually turning the tide and causes them to win. Good implementation amongst there by the Viking player. Instead of just going traditional, just Viking infantry and siege, he throws the low aspect in and ends up using the Chimera's slow, clunky elephants against him. Very good play on his part there. That was really neat. Let me look into Teutonic Fortress for you. See if I can find their stuff. Teutonic Fortress. So it's oh, so it's like a big formation. Oh, that's interesting. Teutonic Fortress Guide, 2021 September edition. So you get like a big army of stuff and you try to defend with it. That's cool. That's awesome. I never knew about that. Thanks for telling me about that. Now, I don't know where I would find a match of a Teutonic Fortress being implemented, but yeah, it's definitely something worth looking into for sure for the future. I thought it was like a clan or something. Looks like it's actually a build you do, where you just get like a big army and you try to defend or something. Maybe that's stuff like Mike Empires does on YouTube. These would be low ELO legends here. About this one. Biz versus Spanish. Aztec versus Britons. I'm trying to look for a decent one here. Saracens versus Bulgarians. How about this one? Georgians versus Berbers on Arabia. Why don't we do that one? We haven't seen the Georgians yet, I don't think. Have I even done the Armenians with you before? I don't even know. 20-second delay and then we can start. Should be loaded in a second, then we can begin. We'll have to look at the Georgian Civ bonuses again. I know some of them, but I don't know them all off the top of my head. They're one of the Caucasian Civs from the Caucasus region, so they got the donkey carts instead of the normal drop-off stuff, yeah. Alright, so, yep, we got the Georgians over here in the bottom, and then up here we got the Berbers. Love the Berbers. Berbers awesome Civ. Really good Civ. I know the Georgians start with the free mule card. That's one thing they get. Fortified churches provide bills, more gathering. I remember that too, that one. Mountain units regenerate per minute based on the age that they're in. Units and buildings receive 15% less damage when located on higher elevations. So higher elevations even matter more for them. Oh yeah, there's Ven towers, the ones where the towers shoot through units like Scorps, and then the Azari cavalry. 9 units take 20% less population space, so you can spam even more cavalry. Kind of like the Karambits, yeah. Because as you know, Karambits cost like half a population slot. The cavalry units would therefore cost like 1.8 of a population slot. So for like every... So you'd be able to field like potentially like 1 or 2 extra cavalry after so much stuff. And your armies would be slightly bigger, yeah. Basically encouraging to spam Manespas and their other stable stuff. But then again, you got the Berbers, of course, and guess what they get? They get cheaper stable units, so it's going to be like 2 cavalry civs fighting each other to the death, yeah. I think the big problem, though, is that, of course, Berbers are a Middle Eastern cavalry civ. So guess what they do? Camels. They punish your municipal play with camels very quickly. So you gotta definitely consider that in the matchup. It's like a really, really big risk. Yeah. Alright, so let's look at the map, try to figure out the geography a bit. So it looks like here for the Georgian player, it's got this opening here. It's got a bit of an opening there. How about this one? I mean, it's got some stuff he could work with. I mean, it's not the ideal situation, but still could work it. How about blue, though? Berbers. This is a big opening here. He's got a nice closing there. Nice closing there. I think the Berber player's got some more defensibility, though. So I see walling being a bit easier for the Berber player. How about resources? Well, the gold mine here is pretty close to the walling, though. But I think it should be safe from raiding, though. Stone is a little bit out there. But he's got the back stone. Gold over here. It's always good to look at this stuff early on just to see what their main competition is going to be for what they're looking for. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Georgian loses a villager to the wild piggy. The little Miss Piggy takes out his villager. That is not good. Also to the wild piggy, the bush pig. Vilwar's up here. What's this Vilwar going on up here? Look at this. What are they doing? They're trying to take each other's deer? Or trying to steal his deer or something? Well, who's winning? Is blue winning or 22? Oh, now he's being lazy. He's gonna lose a Vil. That's like so cringe, man. Dude is even micro and he's gonna let his Vil die to an enemy Vil raid. Or not. Crazy. So he's gonna build a house over there. You know what? You know what this could mean, potentially? I don't know how good it's going to be. He could be going for a tower rush. Because he already has the Vil over there right now. Now, does he have enough Vils to do a tower rush? You probably would want a little bit more. But at least he's got the house over there situated. To maybe possibly do that. Scouting him out, he knows where his mill is. He could tower right here. He could tower right here. This is actually not a bad thing for a tower push, no. Oh, he's going to take him out with the walling there. Oh, okay. So he's going to do some overall overt aggression here. But the Vil's going to fight back, though, and not let himself get caged in by those palisade walls. We do see this type of Dark Age warfare sometimes, where you can take your Vil and you can wall them off from their stuff and lock them in and screw them up. It's like such a cheeky play, but when you get away with it, it's so funny. It's like muy basado when you can pull it off, yeah. Looks like he leaves, though. Oh, and then Mother Nature says, you know what, I'm going to help him out, man. He's got the kitty cat to attack him now. That's not good. Meow. Meow. Looks like Georgians will be the first to click up to feudal. He's about 1 minute and 45 seconds in. But down by 3 Vils, yeah. What's going on up here? So that was being done by that Vil, right? So is he going to go for a tower push, or is he going like scout rush? That's what I want to know. It's kind of the situation I'm trying to figure out here. Is he going to be going for what sort of thingy right now? Yeah. Because before I thought he was going for a tower rush because he had that Vil up there trying to, like, wall in his Vil on the food there, but now it's a little bit more confusing what he's actually going for at this point, yeah, by far. Looks like he's gonna get some double bit axe. Very, very nice.
მსახურო, ვითარ წაგინდეს.
Yeah, you can imagine why Berber would definitely be walling his base, though, after dealing with that shenanigan. He almost, like, lost the Vil up here. That's crazy. But at least now, the Berber player has, like, a small Vil lead. He's got, like, 25 Vils. He just reached feudal now, though. So, kind of worked out for him. That's good. It's pretty nice. Georgian decides to go archers. Archer push. Unfortunately, though, because Berber is walling, getting a market, he might just be going for a fast castle and completely ignore the archers, which he can do, because he's got a full wall at this point. He doesn't have to worry about archers. Just pull back the Vils, keep them out of the line of fire. You should be all set. Bada bing, bada boom. So that's what he could go for here, and I think that would probably be the smart play to do, honestly. He's also doing some trading of stone for gold, and a lot of food for gold, so he's setting up himself for a fast castle. I would imagine out of the fast castle, you go stable. Push him with some cheaper knights, yeah. Push his archers with some cheaper knights and punish that play. That's how you do it. Yep, see, he's going to click into Castle Age any moment. He's got the food. Just needs the gold. 30 gold, 190, just needs 10 more gold. And it should be all set. Very, very good. There's a blacksmith in the back. Castle Edge coming in now.
კეთილარს. რას აბრძანებ?
Alright, so it looks like the archers are just going to blast away through those Vils, right? Very, very good. Very nice. A little bit of a minor inconvenience. Oh, wait a second. We getting a tower push? Okay, we are getting a tower rush here. Tower right in this tree line. I saw it right there. I'm like, oh god, we're getting a tower rush today. First one of the day. Now that tower, I believe, will harass the wood line, obviously, and I think it'll reach the gold as well. He's got fletching, so yeah, no, I think it definitely has the range to throw in at least one of those vills there. Problem is, though, your opponent is in Castle Age, which means he can get a Siege Workshop and clearly shoot that watchtower with the mangonel. Yep, pretty much. And yes, he is going to try garrison it with the villagers and archers, but honestly, just get like 2 or 3 mangonels. Should be an easy cleanup. Or you could even like mix it in with the ram or something, who knows. Oh, he's going to do even better. He's going to get a castle there. Now, a castle, high HP building that shoots many arrows. What a great way to scare off a tower. Also building it with like a bajillion vills, so whatever you do with the watchtower there won't clean up all the vills building it, so pretty much a guaranteed victory there for you. Yeah. He's going to throw in some vills and his spearmen to maybe try to stall the castle production, but it'll be kind of futile, yeah. Looks like Georgian's going to go with the forward barracks. Interesting. But I think you got bigger problems to fry now, because you got the Berber player up in the Castle Age now, going Camel Archers. Yeah, Camel Archers are going to be a very versatile, fast unit that's going to punish your infantry and archers very quickly, especially when they start to grow in numbers a bit. So yeah, no. Very, very fascinating situation to say the least. Totally. Yeah. So definitely be careful of that one for sure. 100% it's going to be a bit of an issue to say the least. Yeah. Big time.
Getillars.
Yeah, see, Camel Archers completely outleague his feudal age army. But Georgia does get to Castle Age, and now he's going to upgrade into Crossbowmen. Problem is, though, by the time he gets that Crossbowman upgrade done, most of them are going to be dead. So it's like, for what use did you get that, sir? Like, what reason? Also, Camel Archer's doing a great job microing down those spearmen. You can move on right to the Crossbowmen, yeah. Camel archers are then going to be used to cut down those stone miners right now. Very good move by the Berber player. This sets up a really good shift in map control. He basically kills the forward villager position, completely derailing his ability to go for a push on there, so it should be very, very helpful, yeah. Alright, so we got the Berber Camel Archers clearly doming on those crossbowmen there. Look at this, it's like night and day. Just the mobility and the bigger numbers just gives them an inherent advantage. Oh, but now he's got the fortified church here buffing his economy and also providing a protective place. So basically this is how a fortified church works for the Georgians and Armenians. Essentially it's a church, but you can garrison villas inside, and then when they garrison inside it actually shoots arrows at the enemy. So it's like a hybrid between a tower and a church. That's really about it. And in the case of the Georgians, they get the bonus where the villas will actually gather faster when in this big square. You see this big red square I'm pointing? It's shown when I select it. In this red square, villas will gather faster. So it encompasses the gold mine, it encompasses this wood line, kind of this stone if you do it from the bottom there, and then obviously all these farms and even wood over here. It's like really, really helpful. Any relics yet for the Georgia player? He has a monk though, but no relics. Berber player just picking up wheelbarrow now too. So it's like more efficiency on his villas. He's also up by about 17 villagers. Honestly, Berber's looking way better right now. Way better. Ballistics for Georgians. So he's going to go crossbowman with ballistics. Kind of helps with dealing with the mobility of the camel archers, getting around your arrows, but it really doesn't fix the main problem, I think. So I don't know how this is going to go. Anything else in the... Okay, he's getting bloodlines, so that'll add more HP onto the camels, too. Since bloodlines affects all the mounted units, so mounted melee units and mounted range units. Also, another cool thing about Georgians is the fact that you have these wonderful mule carts instead of the regular mining camps and the lumber camps, basically. So how they work is these guys can move, so they can use the mule to pull it around. and you can essentially move it up further and further, so your villas will have even better sort of APM or better villager seconds working on wood, gold, stone. It can even collect meat too, so collected meat. So the only thing you can't gather from is like berries and farms. For that, you still have to use mills for it, yeah. So not quite as uni building drop-off site as, say, the South American natives, but they're pretty close. Berber also goes with the forward castle right at this entryway here, knocking off his stone, so that way Georgians can't get a castle now. I mean, he can still get stone here, but, he's taking off, decapitating like one of his possible stone routes. So that could potentially cause him a problem, yeah. At this stage, Berber holds the high ground, I would say, in terms of military unit. Very mobile, quick to get around, archer unit that can just raid, can take out units very quickly. He's really in good shape, plus he's got more of them too. Basically, anytime the Georgian player gets some crossbowmen out, the camel archers are right in there to kill him. So he's not just making the bear unit, he's using the unit wisely, removing any possibility of a mass of the crossbowmen that could threaten him there. So it's being very strategic. Ooh, he loves a camel archer. Doesn't matter though, the monk's dead. And obviously, since Berbers have been able to maintain map control, they were able to maintain 3 TCs without any sort of pressure. Now, it's pretty obvious he's going to go to Imperial Age. Only a minute to go. He's also going to be stealing his opponent's stone. He's going to be able to get even more castles now with his stone. And stone shafting. So he can take advantage of that stone and gobble it up quickly. Plus he's picking up handcart to make it go even quicker too. Looks like right now, those camel archers are just getting it done. And once he hits Imperial, guess what you can do? You can get some trebuchets, start actually sieging while you let the camel archers do the defending, yeah. Good work there by Berbers. Did a great job stopping the potential tower rush threat from the start. Georgian did try a tower rush, but guess what? He just slapped the castle down on top of it because of how well prepared he was. And then from there, Berber camel archers for the win. Yep. Stealing his stone, going for another castle on top of him. One thing led to another, which led to another. So that was a really neato match, I would say, for the most part. Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff. Really good stuff right there, yeah. 100%. So yeah, let's see how the next one looks now, shall we? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go for it. Let's find a new game. I'm just curious about what sort of recordings you can find if you scroll around. Let's look for a decent one here. Oh, we got a 1K ELO Romans versus Aztecs. Oh, I like that one. That's a good one. I haven't done the Romans yet. Romans are a really fun civ. They actually get like really, really cheap scorpions. And then they get really good stuff on their infantry. Yeah, they actually get a unique upgrade to their sword line. So instead of going like militia, men-at-arms, longsword, two-handed sword champion, they skip those last two upgrades and go into legionaries. And then they have a centurion unique unit from the castle that boosts up the legionaries. Yeah, it's like really awesome. It's like an actual Roman army. So they're good for their unique stuff, and then they're good for the scorpions too. They also get charge attacks, I believe, on their centurions, their legionaries, and their cavaliers, their knight line. So really good stuff to do with the Romans, basically, yeah. Whereas the Aztecs, of course, pretty much a infantry civ, yeah? Really strong civ. As you know, with the Aztecs, they get some extra gold to work with. That's their big bonus, is the extra gold. It helps them to get out an easy drush, and therefore that's what they would probably go for, is a clean and easy drush, pressure you early, give you some real trouble. That's what they use it for, yeah. I think in the old days, didn't they used to have like loom for free? They had free loom, and then they ended up changing it to giving you 50 extra gold, because giving you loom from the start of the game was like unbalanced or something with regards to their boar hunting and stuff. Yeah, I remember that. I recall that fact. It was a pretty interesting thing back in the day about balance. They said, oh man, the Aztecs are one of the best Arabia civs because they get free loom, and then they can, take advantage of that. Now, then they ended up changing it to plus 50 gold, so you can spend it on loom, or you could throw it into your drush, too, and men-at-arms it, you know what I mean? Because do the math, you can get 5 militia for, 100 gold, and then you have 50 left over, you could throw that into men-at-arms right from the get-go while you're doing the drush, and it's pretty nice, yeah. Yeah, anyways, let's see how this match turns out, shall we? Should be pretty neat. Also, obviously, another good thing about the Aztecs as well, they're really good with their monks. Also, they get increased economy from getting relics, right? They get extra gold income for every relic that they collect. So, it's assumed in Castle Age that you're probably going to be dealing with monks if you're dealing with the Aztecs, Aztecs are sort of infantry and monks. That's sort of their big thing. But they got other good things, too. I mean, they got siege onagers, that's a great siege unit that not everybody gets. Not that you're going to see it in the 1v1 Arabia usually, but you could see it. They get a cool Atadil upgrade on their skirms. It gives them +1 range and attack, so they actually have really good skirmishers. Plus they Well, they get Arbalest too, but they're just missing the last, like, armor upgrade, so... It's not the worst thing in the world, though. At least they get Bracer, so they could actually go Arbalest if they want, so, yeah. Only caveat is, obviously, you're a Mesoamerican, so you don't get, like, actual cavalry. You can get cavalry if you get Redemption on the Monk, though, and you convert an enemy stable, and then you can make that special Occidental warrior that wears sort of like Jaguar Knight armor and stuff. But when did we ever see that in like a 1v1 Arabia? Like never, right? But you could do it, and I think they're statistically similar to Knights. So, yeah, it would be a really funny play if we saw one of these players actually go for that cool little gimmick mechanic they add to D. And how that came about was in the original AoE 2, you had a campaign where the Aztecs stole some horses to fight the Spanish with. Back then, they just had them as, like, the Huns Tarkans, because that was one of the newer cities that came out with the Aztecs, and the Spanish was the Huns, so they just used the Tarkans as, like, a spare unit. But then in DE, they made Occidental warriors, these theoretical cavalry. They're basically Jag Knights on top of horseback. And then they had this thing where they kept it in the game for the standard game, where if a Mayan, Inca, Aztec, one of the Mesocids converted, then they would get access to the Occidental warriors. Pretty much, yeah. Now, I don't know if that applies to the new American Civ, so if a Tupi, a Muisca, or a Mapuche decide to, like, convert a stable, will they get that benefit or no? Provided they get Redemption, of course. I have no idea. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like both are clicking up the feudal around the same time. Like a 5-second difference, so it should be pretty good. Looks like 3 vills are building the barracks over there. Very, very nice. Also, Aztec clearly has a Vill on gold, so it definitely looks like we're going to be seeing some sort of men-at-arms play. Yeah, look, he's already got 3 militia queued up at that barracks there. Still has, 40 gold to get 2 more militia, and then he's already collecting gold from the gold mine now, putting up a mining camp. So yeah, it's pretty obvious we're going to be looking at a 5 men-at-arms play here from the Aztec player, and I wouldn't expect anything else from the Aztecs, by the way. It's like their bread and butter strategy, just because of the way their Cids works with the extra gold and stuff. They basically encourage you to go with the men-at-arms play. If you don't go men-at-arms as Aztecs, you're probably not sticking to the script. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's not a lot of extra gold to the point that would really help you with the Castle Age, so you're basically, hey, here's some extra gold, go rush someone with some infantry. That's kind of the way it works. And surprise, surprise, the Romans are going to do the same thing. They're going to do counter men-at-arms. Because they're also an infantry civ too. So it really works in both directions there. Yeah, for the Romans side of things, they get double the effect on their armor upgrades. So, yeah, they just don't get the last one, so they end up getting armor for free. Essentially, that's sort of their main caveat with the infantry early. Also, Roman villagers work slightly faster than average villagers, so that's another cool little perk that they get to enjoy too. So it is pretty good in general. Alright, so it looks like Aztec man-at-arms are pressing right now, trying to get that wall, but guess what? Romans, very smart, decides to go men-at-arms archers. So they have those men-at-arms there to defend, but then he's going to follow up with archers so he can kick out the Aztec man-at-arms himself, and then possibly go counterattack archers depending on how it goes, right? Or just defend his base, it really depends. So it looks like the Roman men-at-arms are mostly dead except for one. And then he's got an archer there, and then he's just going to follow up with possibly more archers, depending on what his situation is. So he got one archer, one man-at-arms there, two man-at-arms of Aztecs pulling back, and then he's got another one that's like, no, that's the Eagle, that's the Eagle. I thought he had like a third one. Alright, so it looks like the Aztec man-at-arms push was not really that successful. It did do a bit of pressure here and a bit of annoyance, but it didn't really get much done, right? Which is totally fine. I mean, it still has some man-at-arms left over. What's the Vil numbers? Aztec is down by 2 Vils. Not the best situation, but still doable. Roman is also eventually going to come back to walling this up to the mill there. I'm not really a fan of walling with your mill. I'd rather just use that for farming space, but honestly, if it's good for the defense, I guess it's worth it. Roman's going to be walling off this section as well. Then he's going to finish up this wall over here. Very, very good. So he's getting everything done there. Then he's going to put up a blacksmith over here, so he can start getting his armor upgrades on the infantry, since each check does affect a double for him.
Comance?
Oh, he has. This is open. He didn't wall this correctly. He just got in there and he's slicing a Vil right now. Wow. That was unexpected. He might get one. He might get a Vil. He might get a Vil. Oh, he's gonna fight him with the. Okay, fight him here with man-at-arm. I mean, yeah, he could kill that man-at-arms too. Does he get any Vil kills here or no? He gets one because he's not paying attention to anything. He's being lazy. He lost another Vil. Or was that the man-at-arms who lost an... Okay. I was gonna say, don't tell me you get 2 Vils there because you left a little slip in your base there. He shouldn't have lost that Vil. If he had like a palisade wall here, he would not have lost that Vil. Now it's kind of putting the Aztecs sort of even, Steven, you know? At least for now. I mean, obviously Romans is getting Castle Age, and the Aztec is going to decide to follow up with some Eagle Scouts, but yeah, it was good that he settled the score a bit slightly with the villagers. That's always a good thing to see. That's where a matchup. Alright, so he's still going Eagle Scouts? Okay. Well, the thing you should realize is that the best way to kill Eagle Scouts is, of course, the sword line, which the Romans specialize in more than anyone else, because they get a unique upgrade to them, the Legionary, and then they can boost them up even further with the Centurions. So I don't know if you really want to be going Eagles against this. I mean, maybe I'd be rethinking of that a little bit. It does look like he has some archers, though, so he was planning on going Eagle Scout Archer, maybe? Yeah. I noticed he's not making any more units, though, so I think he is going to go for that Castle Age. Main consequence, though, of his actions is that he gets a later Castle Age, Romans has a bit of a period where they get more villagers through more town centers, so he's getting a town center in the front here to protect stone, and he's got one in the back to protect his back stone as well. His prior as well put some farming space here. But the Aztec player's not going to waste any time. He is going to use his army that he developed to do some pressure. Roman player, though, very smart. Counters with men-at-arms, skirmishers. Skirmishers kill archers, men-at-arms kill eagles. So this is the perfect combo that you would want to run. Not only that, it's actually more budget-friendly, too, since by far men-at-arms are going to be cheaper in gold than eagles or archers, so technically he's saving himself on gold for the long haul. They gave him more of these militia line units out. So he's actually in the smarts there doing that, and that's actually pretty nice. It's very good to see that in general. Yeah.
Comance?
Oh, Comance. Oh, Comance. Looks like Aztec does get that castle age in. He's just picking up double bit axe and the horse collar now, though. That's kind of a delay to get double bit axe, right? Typically you want that, like, right out of when you start feudal age, correct? Yeah, no. We see a defensive siege workshop. Not quite a totally defensive, but a mostly defensive siege workshop here by the Romans player. I'm assuming this is for Scorpions to complement his infantry. Could get a mangonel or two as well, depending on the circumstances. So, yep, looks like he's going to be going with that. Notice how he is going for those infantry upgrades. Remember, these armor upgrades are worth double for the infantry. So, it's effectively like he's getting the Imperial Age blacksmith armor upgrade on the infantry for free. Essentially, between both the first upgrade and the second one, the chainmail one put together. Aztec player just picking up forging now. He's got archers, he's got eagles, and he's got men-at-arms too, so he's going to be doing his own sword line to fight the swords of the opposing player. Just so his eagles aren't as hard count. He's going to get longsword too before the Roman player does. That's definitely something to watch too. Because if he comes in now, it could be a serious risk, yeah. Also, what siege engine do we get here for Roman player? Do we get, like, Mangonel, Scorpion? Which one? I would love to know. Oh wow, look at that. You know what that was? That was the extra armor on the sword line for the Romans actually coming into effect there. Very nice, because obviously it caused the long swords of the Aztecs to collapse because they didn't have as much armor at this stage. And, yeah, wiped them out, and then the Eagles were completely Texas toast at that point. That was a really cool demonstration of why the Roman Sid bonus for the sword line definitely works pretty good. Yeah. Oh, Aztecs got their own? They got a counter siege. They got siege here and counter siege. Aztecs are going to counter siege by going with the ram to kill off the Roman siege workshop. While the mangonel... Is he housed? He's housed right now. Look at the flashing red. He's housed right now, so he can't get the mangonel. And he's going to cancel out that siege workshop before that mangonel is done. And then the Romans are going to go with the castle as the last line defense to stop this advancement. Using as much time with the swords as possible to distract. But the castle is going to go up, I think. I mean, he's going to send the swordsman in to harass his villas, and then he's going to send the ram right on top of him. This castle will probably go up. I mean, the question is how many villas are going to be slaughtered in the making of this castle. Could matter. Could matter. Looks like the castle is gonna go up. Go up. It just got up. Alright. Just barely. I mean, look at how much vills the Roman player lost. Well, he's still ahead because he has 3 TCs set up here, so he's still ahead in vills. I mean, that's something to watch here. Because Romans did such a good job with their eco earlier, they could afford to take the vill losses to get this castle up. So that's why building good, solid economy is very important for you when you're playing AoE 2. Because if you have these mishaps, you can recover. Roman can recover from it. He still has the vill gap advantage, right? That being said, Aztec player will be throwing in some Brams, and then he just pops the swordsman right out to meet his friends there. But guess what? Now that you got the castle, you can get the Centurions, this wonderful armored Roman cavalry. Go in there and cut the Rams down, yeah. Alright, well, looks like that was a clean defense there by the Roman player. All the early eco stuff paying off. And now he's got Centurions and Swordsmen. And you know what these Centurions do? They actually boost the stats of the Swordsmen. I can actually read it off to you right now what their unique unit stat is. So if you go to Castle here, it says right here, Roman unique heavy cavalry increases movement and attack speed of militia line. So they actually slice and dice quicker with the swordsman. So it looks like here, now the Aztecs going for a defensive castle, because he's got the home field advantage with his barracks right here. He will be able to secure that castle. Also, what about age ups? Are we going to see an Imperial Age click up for Romans soon? No, it doesn't look like it. Alright. Yeah, see, while the Romans are technically ahead right now, the Aztecs do have a formidable enough defense at this point that they can avoid immediate kill right now. They do get the castle up. And that means we're going to be seeing Jaguar Warriors. Jaguar Warriors are an infantry that has bonus damage against other infantry. So what a better unit to run against the Roman superior swordsmen potentially being buffed by Centurions. Just throwing some Jag Warriors, Jag Knights, if you want to call them that. Like from AoE 3. and the bonus damage will make it easier to slice right through those swordsmen with your obsidian swords there. Alright, so it looks like the Roman player will not get the castle up. The castle is denied. Jaguar Warrior will chase down that mangonel. He's going to roll back towards the castle to save it, though. Alright, so it looks like the Aztec player is going to mash up this castle, try to get rid of it. This Roman player put a lot of investment into the castle, though, so it would be kind of painful for him to lose all that stone for nothing. Because this is the thing. The more you build a building, right, the more stone you end up losing, because when the building gets destroyed, you only get back the stone that you didn't complete from the buildings fractionally. So, the fact that he had already so much of that castle already built means that he probably wants to go out of his way really badly to get it, just so he doesn't have a wasted build. The vills are still getting slaughtered, man. He's still butchering them. He's still butchering his vills. And he's going to wallow his mangonel now, because he got redemption, and now he can convert siege. And he converted his siege. He's got rid of the mangonel. It's still going to get killed, though, but at least he got rid of the thing that was shooting at him, and now he can send the Jag Warriors to fight his swordsman. He's got a ram here attacking the castle. He's going to go after the ram now. He's going to come around here now. Where is he going after? He's going after the monks so he can save the mangonel. He loses one monk, but he still has another one, though. And he's going to wallow the mangonel again. He's doing it right now. He's going to get another mangonel. He's going to get another mangonel right now. Yeah, no, he got Sanctity. He can tank that. He had enough HP to tank the first shot because he got Sanctity on the monks to have the HP. That's why he gets Sanctity, to make him durable to that. Now he denied him another mangonel. He got rid of the castle. Now things are looking a little bit more even, Steven, on the map, right? The Roman castle isn't shoved down his throat at this point. It's like, way back here now. So Aztecs have a bit of breathing room to, do a counter assault. Maybe assault on this side, maybe assault on this side. Who knows? So that's basically it. Oh, Romans getting their own monks now to wallow. Now, this isn't as serious, because losing a Jag Warrior 2 is not such a big deal as losing a mangonel, which is a bigger gold investment and can do a lot of harm if it's turned against you. Yeah. But seeing as he's the Romans, he will be training up some Centurions to buff up the attack speed and movement speed of those longswords, because it's the only way he makes these longswords a competition for these Jaguar Warriors that have the bonus attack, right? But watch out. Aztec player going Imperial Age now. He's clicking up to Imperial Age. And why is this significant? This is really big here. This is big because when you get to the Imperial Age as the Aztecs, you get a wonderful Imperial Age tech called the Garland Wars, Like the actress Judy Garland, the Garland Wars. What it does is gives the Aztec infantry, I believe, like +4 attack. Makes the Jaguar Warriors more lethal. Makes the champions more lethal. Even the pikemen. Pikemen, not even halberdiers. Aztecs do not even get halberdiers. And they get +4 attack. Also affects the Eagles, too. He's upgrading the Eagle Scouts and Eagle Warriors. Everything from the barracks, as well as the Jaguar Warriors, becomes +4 attack. Isn't that deadly? Pretty scary, man. Yeah. Plus, he will be able to upgrade these rams into cap rams if he wants to, too. It's a very affordable upgrade. It's only like 300 food. Nice way to add some extra little stats on your stuff. But other than that, he is getting crop rotation. Aztecs don't get the last wood upgrade, but he can get crop rotation just to make sure he can preserve more of his wood. Picking up Elite Jaguar Warrior. Town Patrol. All that. Very nice. Conscription. elite Eagle Warrior. He's getting ready for an infantry spam. He's going to get everything. He's going to get Jaguar Warriors, he's going to get Pikes, he's going to get Eagles, he's getting everything under the sun. I don't know if he's even going to get champions. He might just go Jaguar Warriors to do the infantry fighting, because he knows he's dealing with amped up swordsmen with the Romans. Roman player, though, is catching up with an Imperial Age of his own. Expect these to be turned into legionaries right away, because he has been doing a phenomenal job with this economy there at the start. And now we're seeing that the Roman player is getting ahead in villagers, because Roman player made a huge commitment to finish his opponent off early with the fort castle, and he lost 2 sets of vills doing that. So Roman player, Aztec player was able to get ahead there. Okay, trebuchets are out since Aztec player was the first one up. Trebuchets will be blasting onto his castle, and his Aztec player has the monk to Wololo, his mangonel that was there to counter the trap. Alright, wow. Quite the situation. Trebuchet is uncontested right now, and I don't think he has enough troops to go in there just yet. So how does he fix this? Alright, he's got all his armor upgrades done. What can he get? He can get legionary on his swordsman. He's got some cab archers. He's got cab archers. He's actually going cab archers. Really? That's an interesting play there, cab archers. I guess he's desperate for some range units, so he goes cab archers. Romans don't get arbalists, so I'm assuming cab archers are kind of a decent choice right now, considering the mobility. Monk Duke and Bergwin, though, he's just going to lure him in with the cab archers and try to kill some of those jaguars. Unfortunately, none of the treads have been downed at all. Roman player puts up a side castle over here. I might want to get a castle in the back, because you're going to need centurions here to get a leg up on these infantry. You're dealing with one of the most lethal, statistically lethal infantry civs in the game right now. Up there with like the Dravidians and their root steel. So I don't know if you want to be playing... Oh, he got butchered. He just butchered his army there because he got right in the middle of those pikes and jags. He just lost everything, and he's losing the castle too. His gold reserves are bleeding right now. He's bleeding. His economy is bleeding right now, and all his bills are idle and stuff, and he's dead. He bled so bad. You did throw that one, you muppet. You had the game there, man. You did so good in the early defense, the early Vil, and you threw so much on the offense that you somehow tugged away your Vil advantage. You tugged away your Vil advantage, and then no, that was a big swapperoo there. I was not expecting you to throw that badly. It was a very fascinating game. I did not know how that was going to turn out, because those two civs are really well known for their sword line being good. I thought that was anyone's game, and it actually ended up turning out to be like that. Knock on wood. Oh yeah. Okay, so we got some 1400 ELOs here. We got a Saracen versus a Mapuche. Let's look at that. I love both of those civs so much. Saracens and Mapuche. Saracens was one of the first civs I loved the spam in Age of Kings when I first played Age of Kings. I loved the Saracens. Both on the PC version and the Nintendo DS one. I love the Saracens. Plus Mapuche, probably my most favorite civ from the most recent Chieftains DLC of the 3 native civs. I love the Mapuche. To me, they're the strongest, particularly in late game. They just got so much stuff to look forward to. So, yeah. Now, in general, in this matchup, it's kind of an interesting situation, because normally when you play a Native American civ, camels and stuff really don't have much of a use. But in this case, because you're the Mapuche, you're the one Native American civ that actually uses cavalry, and you could potentially run camels against. Maybe not as good as one of the European civs that goes knights or scouts, but the thing is, if you got a Mapuche player that's going with Kona from their castle, you could actually run camels against that, because it's cavalry. Same thing with their Bulla riders. Yeah, no, it's like such a weird enigma. Yeah, but in general, I think for this matchup, it's going to come down to a lot of market abuse from the Saracen player, obviously. And then, yep, Saracen's over here, by the way. And then the Mapuche player, he's going to play into his strengths. You know, his cavalry, his shoot-through projectiles for most of his range units. He's got the ability to make trash units from his settlements. That's another cool thing that the Mapuche do that I love, is that you can make the spear line and the skirmisher line from your settlements. That's like such a great bonus for him. I just love that bonus so much. It's really good. You just can't live without it, basically, yeah. It's really cool. So yeah, let's see how this one turns out. Let's look at the geography, see how it's going to look match-wise. So, geography-wise, trying to look at here. So in general, I would say the Mapuche player has a pretty wide open base here. So he's going to have to do a lot of extra work with the walling here, for sure. If you're going to get a town center, I would say protect that stone there. Maybe protect this one on the side. Now you want to do your base. You also have a gold area you can protect. Yeah. As for the Saracen player, you can close this off pretty quickly. You can close this off quickly. You can close this off quickly. So really, you're worried about the here. You technically have to worry less about being attacked from behind as the Saracen player. So you're a little bit better off. Good thing we always see from players is deer pushing. These ostriches, right? Was that a rhea? That's a rhea. That's a South American bird. They're a rhea. Okay, so he's, again, those rheas. Deer pushing, again, will stall the time it takes for him to need farms. So he'll have more wood in his back pocket for things like houses, get an early barracks down. You know, gives the Saracen players some stuff to work with, yeah. Settlement up for the Mapuche player right here. Should be very good. Yep, absolutely. I'm trying to remember, is there another bonus for the Mapuche on top of the training trash units? No, it's just that, though. No, it's just that. Enemy castles are revealed on the map. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing that's going to matter here, too. And their mountain units, if they do go with them, will actually generate gold from each thing that they kill. So even if he loses some of his cavalry to those Saracen camels, he can make good deals on it. Depending on how he does it, yeah. Whereas the Saracens, their main advantage is going to be a few things. Their main advantage is going to be that they have plus 25% HP on their camels, so if Pucci does go into his mountain units, camels are going to be ready to go. Another thing too, their archers actually, in skirms, actually do more damage to buildings, so they're slightly better at sieging. Trebuchets do more damage, as well as mangonels with counterweights tech. And of course, market abuse. Market abuse. Also, in general, the Saracens' tech tree is really wide open. They get, like, really good siege. They got a pretty good stable, except for the fact that they only get knights. You know, they're the only civ that doesn't get cavaliers that has access to knights. That's like their biggest thing is they can make knights, they can go for a great knight rush and combine with the camels, but they just can't tech them outside of the blacksmith after that. So even though they're a big stinky camel, smells like a Denny's bathroom civ in terms of their late game cavalry, they still can get that nice night rush in, and that's something they can always take advantage of. On top of having great siege, they have champions, they have good archers, really good archers. Can't complain about the Saracens, really good defenses, really awesome civ. And of course the Mamluk too. Mamluk's really good unit. You can do all sorts of cool stuff with those if you're good with micro. I love the Mamluks. Mamluks are great. They were good on the DS as melee units, and then they ended up being scimitar throwing units here. I mean, it's not real, but it's so funny and it actually works. It's really cool. Yeah. So what is he going for here? So, got a settlement there. He's got a barracks over here. Looks like Mapuche player is going to go for a bit of a champi rush, it looks like. You obviously can't say men-at-arms, because the Civ doesn't get men-at-arms. They get champi scouts that they can upgrade into champi runners. So they I mean, they're always running, but then they're formally called runners, yeah. The cool thing about the Champions is that they are sort of the hybrid between, like, the militia line of the South American native civs, and then they have sort of the speed perk of the Eagles. So they're like half Eagle, half Men-at-Arms. And it gives them some real good flexibility. They're good at hunting things like archers and stuff. They're fast. And they're good for sieging, too. They get that damage to take down buildings as well. So a little bit better at, like, siege work than the Eagle Warriors are for the Mayans and Aztecs. Look at this wall here, though. Okay. See, I don't like this wall at all because, you know what, it hurts your farming. You have to put the farms in, like, the back and stuff. It's, like, really obnoxious. Alright, yeah, see, I don't like that wall. I think he should have pressed the wall out a little bit further, closer to the gold here, because the problem is now, if you need this forward gold, you have to go out your way to get it. If you tried to put, like, your barracks, like, right here or something, you could have done that, but obviously, since he's the Saracens, he's got good old market abuse, right? He can just abuse his civ bonus on the market rates. And he's just going to do that. So, to him, it's like, I don't care about the gold. I'm just going to use the market. I'm Saracens. That's what I do. And absolutely, you can do that. Look at that. He just sold a whole stone for gold. Bought 300 food for gold. Sold 100 wood for 95 gold. He's playing the Saracen market like a capitalist there. And getting a quick castle age. There you go. A Saracen fast castle, folks. Just work that market, baby, and make it work. Yeah. Plus, you got the blacksmith there. Very good. Yeah, he might honestly branch out for this gold once he gets the castle age going. That might have just been a thing to keep his base safe from, like, drushes and stuff. And now he might actually go for the legit thing after, you know. Yeah. As predicted, the Mapuche player did upgrade those Champion Scouts into the Champion Runners, turn them into, like, a formidable unit. So he's got those prowling around looking for some things to raid. Alright, so, yeah. So my thing would be I would try to break through one of these houses just to hit it. Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. Champion Scouts are part Men-at-Arms, so they could actually get some decent siege in here. Yeah, no. But yeah, once you set it to 2 vills, though, then they will obviously get it up pretty quickly. Yeah. Alright, so now the Mapuche player knows his opponent is in Castle Age. He's got to think quickly about that, right? Because he's up the Castle Age now, he's going to make a move for that gold mine in the front. But look what's going on here. We got some raiding going on. Let's see if a vill is lopped off or not. Okay, so where's the other... So the other Champion Warrior's over here. I wouldn't branch them off if it was me. I would try to just work together to try to get some of these vills, like maybe the ones on the berries here. Take advantage of the little window you have now to get a good timing attack in. Because eventually, once this guy, like, gets a castle or something, you're in trouble. He's already mining so much stone right now, it's not even funny. Look at all the stone he's getting. He's getting so much stone right now. Oh, and look at that. Forward castle, I just noticed that on the corner of my eye at the mini-map. He's already pumping him with the castle, and he's using his vills to cut right through the palisade. He's going to use that castle to steal the stone, and he's going to start going for Mamluks. Saracens are one of those civs that you can go for an early castle like that, and just punish hard with those Mamluks. Because what Mamluks are, they are range units, but they do melee damage. They do hack damage. So, they do the same type of damage type the cavalry and like infantry does. So pierce armor won't do diddly squat with them. You need like melee armor. So while you would be thinking, yeah, I would want to run like Husk Girls against those Mamluks, you would actually want to run something more like, Teutonic Knights, just because of the armor type, yeah. Plus he goes for a tower push, but Mapuche player is really fast on his feet, and he goes for a counter tower. Alright, so that counter tower from Mapuche could potentially take out one of those Mamluks. Wow, this is a really tough situation to find yourself in as a Mapuche player. He does have a market, though. He could trade someone, get that Castle Agent, and then get some sort of Siege Workshop. Trying to make something work here. Yeah, no. Also, keep in mind that the Mapuche player is currently garrisoning his tower, and then the Saracen player isn't. So, as long as he doesn't garrison or repair it, he will win that fight with that tower. But of course he's going to repair it. Of course he's going to repair it. He's being a responsible player there, dude. Champion runner's still alive in Saracen's base, though, trying to break through a palisade and maybe kill a few food bills. When you go for these high-stakes, really castle push type strategies, you're really vulnerable. You're like really, really vulnerable. Because if you lose bills in your base during this critical time, you could actually end up dying because you didn't go the eco route. You just went for the all-in push. And once you lose those bills, keeping that sort of stream going, the gravy train will definitely fall against you, man. Yeah, 100%. Alright, yeah, it looks like unless Mapuche player can he concedes. He concedes, he's dead. Alright, yep. Okay, did he kill a builder? No, he's still breaking through that though, okay. Yeah, see, that was a losing battle there. Dude got to Castle Age, but what could he do? This tower here actually threatening his position because he did the tower there, his Vils can't move out to do anything, his army can't do anything, and then the Mamluks just slice through everything. That was such a bada bing, bada boom sort of play there. What a beautiful game that was for us folks. That was a good one. That was a really awesome game right there. I hope you enjoyed that one. That was a pretty good one. Totally. But yeah, anyways, folks, if you could think of any of those Teutonic Fortress matches that the chat member was talking about, definitely send them my way. I could absolutely do them for you, too. Would be a fun little idea. Yeah, for sure. I see there's Return of Rome games, but they're all locked. Honestly, if they were not locked, I would happily join them. I love Return of Rome. Wish we could see games on here that we could do through Capture Age, because you can use Capture Age if you Return of Rome games, too, by the way. Mongol Mirror, but it's low ELO Legends. Arena. 400 ELO. How about these people? How's ELO looking? So like balanced teams, or... Nah, not really. I don't want to see unbalanced teams if it's a team game. Unbalanced teams could be a real nightmare fuel. Okay, 12, like around 1,300 ELOs on this one. It's going to be a Lithuania versus a Persia. Why don't we look at that one? Sounds like a good idea. What's the delay going to be? 0 seconds. Holy moly. They let us right in there. Yeah, very good. So does Tan have a tan, or is he pasty white like Casper the Ghost? That's what the real question is, folks. I'm unfortunately more in the Casper category. Though when I used to go in the water many, many years ago, I did actually have a bit of a tan on my back. Yeah. box turtles. A nice fishing source of food. Ooh, that's cool. Ah, box turtles. So that's like a shore fish, basically, right? Yeah, no. It's interesting now there's now Arabia variants that have like shore fish in the form of these turtles. Yeah. And yeah, papaya trees. Ah, cool stuff. Very cool stuff. And then Rios. And cappies. Little cappies. Alright, so let's see how we do with this one. Alright, looks like Lithuania just hunted his first tapir. Whereas Persia went for a bit of a deer push early with the Rhea. He's going to bring in his first tapir now too. He's shooting it now and trying to lure it in. Why are the tapirs so big in this? I thought they were like little animals. Why do they look so big here? They look like the size of like rhinos or elephants. Guess I couldn't think of a better animal to have huntable in it. Alright, so at this stage, let's see where we go. Yeah, totally. Obviously, in this matchup, there's some pretty interesting things to look for. With Persians, of course, their town centers have a better work rate and more HP, so it's hard to take them out. They pump fields out quicker, they research techs like the age ups faster. Big thing to watch for. Lithuania, though, they're going to definitely be looking for some relics to buff up their knights and their loitus. Also, their skirms and spearmen have some cool castle tech and civ bonuses too that they can work with. Definitely something to see. Great thing about Persians is they get trash unit crossbowmen, yeah. And the Imperial Age with the commander on tech. So you take their archer units, turn them from like a regular unit to a trash unit. And that just makes them much better. Yeah, it's very effective. Looks like Persia just picking up loom now. I'm kind of curious. Also, let's look at the geography of the map too. So it looks like Lithuania got a wall there. You can patch this up very easily. Patch this up. So the only threat is this opening here. So Lithuania's got a pretty defendable position. For Persia, what do you got? You got this wide open area here, wide open area here. You can close this off, obviously, and then this is a little bit easier to close off. So yeah, I think in general, the Persians obviously going to have to work a bit harder for defense. So we'll see how that ends up working out. Looks like Persia's the first one to click up, and because his TC has a better work rate, means that his TC will research the technology faster, and now the Lithuania TC making the age-up gap that much quicker. Yeah. It's like a minute gap, man. Wow. Slightly less than a minute. He gets horse collar plus double bid axe. Double bid axe in particular is always a good one to get at the start of feudal age. You get horse collar too if you can fit it in. That way when you have to switch the farms, it's going to be better because then you end up having to spend less upfront wood because those first farms that you're going to get are going to have a little bit more food on them, and thus saving the wood department. Very nice. Alright, so it looks like Persia going for a scout rush. You can see he's got the stable here. How about Lithuania? They'll probably go for a scout rush too. Yep, we got two pretty cavalry-heavy civs here. It makes total sense why they would both want to go with the scout rush. So you got Lithuanian stable and Persian stable. Alright, now we got enough food there to train the first scout for the Persia player. Takes about 80 food to train a scout. Let's see if he queues that up just yet. Nope. Not yet. Alright, blacksmith there too. That makes total sense. Okay, we got the first scout coming out here for Persia, and we got two of them queuing up here for Lithuania. Alright, Lithuania also preemptively gets a spearman, even though technically his base is the more wallable one. So, I don't know if he really needed a spearman there. If anything, the Persia player needs a spearman because he's got the harder the wall base, but as we can see here, the Persia player is pretty diligent about getting the walling process going, particularly in the front where it's most pressing, and off to this side too. Okay, so the first Lithuanian scouts reach the base of the Persians, and we're going to see potentially some raiding take place here. Let's see how much raiding he can actually get done while he's here. So from the looks of it, where are we at? So we got cavalry raiding his villas there. Yep. Very nice. Very, very good. Ooh, Persia does get his own spearman. Good spot too. Chases him dead out of there. Lithuanian scouts are going to have to pull back. They're going to try some sort of little swooparoo, and because you could swooparoo back here, get both the wood line and the berries of the papayas there under your belt. But guess what? He's got a spearman there, so he would probably have to swoop in towards the woodline. The spearman, though, comes out. He's going on the push. Avil will be killed here, because he was going to finish the wall, unfortunately, and then the lad ended up dying. But now spearman is dead. Lithuanians beat that. Lithuania brought his own spear to the fight, who's still living. So it looks like now he's going to try to break through here. Which looks like he does. He breaks through. He breaks on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. There you go. Alright, so Spearman now alone does take out a scout. And he's going to die. Alright. Okay, that was a bit of a chaotic fight. At this point, if you're Lithuania, you probably are like, okay, I got done what I wanted to. I killed like 1 or 2 vills. Not an impressive amount, though. I mean, look, Persia still has a better vill gap of about 2 villagers, and over time that will grow. Because, as you know, the Persians have a better work rate on their town center, which means their TC will be pumping out vills even faster than the Lithuanians' town center is. So in the long haul, it really is the Persians' game to get ahead. The only way, of course, you could possibly get ahead is if the Persian player stayed on one town center and then you built a few of them once you hit Castle Age, but yeah, no, it's pretty rare for people to be that negligent, depending on their ELO. Okay, wheelbarrow coming in now for Lithuania. Yep, he does have enough vills to probably justify it. Also, he's closing a bit on Castle Age now. This is typically the time to think about wheelbarrow. Either just before you click up the Castle Age or right after getting Castle Age, you can get that wheelbarrow done, just to make your vills more efficient. Yeah, it's definitely almost has the food. He just needs a little more gold, and then he'll be up. Yeah. Okay, so Persia's going to go for a counter scout push, it looks like. Yeah, he's got about 6 scouts right now. Now, I don't know in general if this was the right play for Persia, though. You know, he's just successfully defended. Maybe he would have wanted to age up too, but who knows? With Persia, you have a little bit more leeway because you have the better work rate on the town centers, so you could stay in age. You could stay feudal a little longer, but you definitely want to, get it done eventually because the thing is, once it turns to knights versus scouts, the fight is really lopsided. Just saying. Plus, Lithuania getting his first blacksmith armor, getting bloodlines. He is armoring these guys up, so your scouts are going to tickle him, but not do much else. He's also picking up his gold mining. Oh yeah, no, totally. I think he is going to be going to Castle Age rather soon because you can see the food and the gold sort of add up to that. He probably just did a couple of scouts on the side just so he wasn't wasting time or whatever and he could apply a little pressure, which, honestly, that's fine. You may as well. Maybe he does get something done with these scouts. Particularly because, see, this is the thing, Chicken Wing. Lithuania really wants to get those relics because if you collect these relics here, with Lithuania and put them in your monastery, you get +1 attack on your knights and you get +1 attack on your loitus, your unique unit. So, having scouts patrolling that guy's base where the relics are, that's such a cheeky way of saying, you're not getting any relics to boost your troops, man, because I'm going to hit you with my scouts, and scouts have, again, resistance to conversion. So, you try to run a monk or two out there, they're not going to be able to wallow their way out of that. It's going to be a death trap for them. They'd be very lucky to even convert one of those scouts. Probably none of them, Yeah. Lithuania player, though, does have some defense. He's got knights, he's got spearmen. So he's going to combine knights with polearms. Pretty good idea, because guess what? Persians and Middle East, they have camels. So if they see you doing knights, they're naturally going to add camels in. But they can't do that if you got your own spearmen now, can they? Bloodline's in for the Persia player. That's going to up the HP on his scouts here, and probably the camels he's likely going to make. Because if he sees knights here, he's probably going to get camels. He could go spear camel. Spear camel skewers knight spear. Go spear camel, that deals with the knights, and then you have something to go after the spearmen with. Yeah, but, you could also just go full spearman too. But the camels are a little bit nicer since they're a bit speedier. They can actually chase the knights down. There's a little bit more at stake at throwing a few camels in, yeah. Pretty much. Oh wow, look at that. Good clean hit by the Lithuanian player there. But see, I told you this was going to happen. He was going to patrol with the scouts and then he was going to run them at his monks. But obviously he puts the monastery right up against the gate, so another monk comes over. Alright, as predicted, camels are coming out. Camels are going to be used against his knights. But now he's got spearmen. He's likely going to quickly upgrade into pikemen because he's got the resources for pikemen. So he's got pikemen, knights, piking down the camels. Knights totally safe. Or nearly safe, yeah. Very good split micro there by the Lithuania player, keeping the pikemen on the camels. Even converts a camel, too, with his monk, and then sends the knights right in on the Persians' farms and his woodline. He's going to butcher his stuff down there. Persians resign, because he's got no defense. And he didn't develop spearmen himself, so he has really no answer here to the knight problem. He just doesn't have enough production. He's got, 2 sables, lacking the gold. I mean, frankly, he could have, I don't know, I think, well, wait a second. So, where did this go wrong? I think if he had a TC here, maybe on this side, he could have protected the farms better and then still protected the stone. See, I think that's maybe where things went wrong a bit. Has he just built his farms default into the back without, worrying about this happening? Alright. But I think he was still alive. It's just, I don't know. And he still technically had a few more villas to work with, plus more town centers, too, that he was working on. He could have even canceled this one out and fortified another one here, But, I don't know. What am I to say? People are free to make their judgments regarding the match. If they feel like they're truly dead, then they might truly be dead there, yeah. It's just a fact of life, man. Fact check. Alright, so overall, pretty good stuff. Let us check out another one now. Big map. Let's find another one. There's a Return of Rome game. Maybe we should play that. What do you think? You think we should do one real quick? Maybe. Let's do it, maybe. Unable to join. Okay, somebody already joined. Alright. Alright, let's go back to casting then. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, I know there's a Return of Rome game, but if we can't play it, then we can't play it. Alright, let's, what do we got here? Magyar versus Mayan. Anything else? 3v3 Arabia. Lithuania versus Hindustani. Huns versus Italians. Arena. We got an arena. Cuman versus Spanish. 1K ELO. I kind of want to see that one. See, the thing I'm really interested in is how do you necessarily play Cumans on Arena? You got the second town center that you can run, and then you have the siege workshop with the battering rams. Is it possible to go for a feudal age push as the Cumans on Arena, or is that a no-go? You know what I mean? Because that's the thing, like, technically somebody might think that they're fine, and then you just come up with the battering rams filled with infantry and archers and stuff, and then, request to spectate lobby timed out. It can happen when AOE2 prompts you to download the save jitter. Let's try that. Let's try another one. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, we should be fine now. Oh, okay, because I was in Return. See, that's Silly Willy. Let me set that up. Give me a moment. I gotta wait for it to load, though, unfortunately. It's taking a while. I could probably still load in, it's just gonna take a few seconds. Give me a moment. I got it open here. Let me see. Spectate with CA. Alright, there we go. Okay, see, I was able to fix it. There we go. Alright. See, I'm a tech genius. I know what I'm doing. Alright, so yeah. Normally on Arena, you can be a little bit more lazy about the early game. This is the one map where things like scout rushes, men-at-arms archers, drushes, that doesn't matter because you get this wonderful stone wall here that makes it so inconvenient to do that you would never do it, because by the time you press down one of these wall sections, opponent probably already has an archery range shooting at you, so not the best way to play, right? So what do you see on Arena? You see like fast castles into a castle, right? You go fast castle, you either go 3 TC boom, or you just get a ton of stone and forward castle your enemy and go for a major push. One of those things. That's what we saw the last time we did Arena today. Now, the thing I wanted to see here was, do Kumans have a method of getting a feudal age, push? Because they're the one civ that gets access to a siege workshop in the feudal age with battering rams. Yeah. Not only that, they can get a second town center, too. It takes longer to build, but they can do it. And then, of course, if they do get the castle age, and you can get the capped ram upgrade early too, and Kumans are really fun civ. Very weird civ. But the Spaniards, Spaniards have a lot going for them. They got a pretty open tech tree in general. They got ballistics on some of their gunpowder stuff like the bombard towers and stuff. That's pretty good. Yep, most definitely. Also, the archery range and stables are cheaper for the Kumans too, by the way. That's another little tidbit that they get to use. The one bad thing about the Spanish, though, of course, is the fact that they're one of the only civs in the game to not get crossbowmen. Just plain old archers, folks. Absolutely. But what do they get? Their blacksmith upgrades don't cost gold, which can help them to tech things a lot faster. They get plus 20 gold for each thing they research, so that'll help you to get things out a bit quicker earlier on. Their gunpowder units like the hand cannons and the conchs shoot faster. And builders build faster too, so really cool stuff. Also, the other cool thing on this as well is that you have the missionaries, right? As the Spanish. You get that really speedy missionary villager. Yeah. And they can collect relics too. So instead of having a slow monk, you can send the missionaries to quickly grab up the relics and take them with them, which is really, really nice. Makes things a lot easier for you. So I would assume we're probably going to see a fast castle by the Spanish into a monastery, and then they're just going to go missionaries to quickly grab up all the relics before the Kumans can even get to them. And that's why I'm saying, if you're Kuman, maybe you go battering rams early and say, you know what? I'm going to just ram your walls down, stop that from happening, yeah. Because I didn't know for a while if missionaries could actually grab relics. It says that they can, so that's actually pretty good. Because missionaries definitely going to outrun a monk, and definitely be able to get away from a scout unit faster. If it's like trying to hunt them down, yeah. All eyes on Kumans, man. I'm going to be watching them. Watching them like a hawk. Go forward with the siege workshop. I will see it. No doubt about it. I think you're happy I'm at least doing a bit more arena today. Not AoE 3 arena. I know there's a lot of people salty about me not doing that, but at least AoE 2 arena is being watched. That is good. Very good. Okay, so looks like Spain's finally clicking up to feudal. Alright. Okay, so let's see what our good old friend the Cumans are up to. Yeah. It's gonna go blacksmith and market possibly, so he might just do a plain old fast castle. Alright. Now, this is one way, I guess, as Cumans, you could potentially get around the missionary dilemma. Just get the better fast castle. The faster fast castle, the fastest castle of the castle. And that way your monks are already on the ground before the missionaries are even born, man. Before the donkeys are even hee-hawing their way in. I guess that's one way to do it. Pretty good way to do it, yeah. Absolutely. We got stable, blacksmith, barracks, right? Yep. Where's that sound? You're an animal. Is that the fox? Like, what is that sound in my ear? Okay, so it looks like the Spain is actually going to get the faster fast castle. But guess what? Our good old friend the Cumans are getting that siege workshop going. I thought I'd notice at first, but something in my brain didn't register until now. And I'm like, dudeums. What am I doing, man? What am I doing? Okay, so he's gonna go battering rams with infantry or something? Yeah. He's got wood for the battering rams, so he could get them out now. Might want to get them out soon, because I don't think you want to give Spain that much time to prepare. Yeah, no. Because see, if you get a good push on here, you could take out his production. And that short chump him, especially if he plans on going TCs at Monastery and cutting off his wood like that. I think that's probably the route you'd want to go down, yeah. 100%. That's what I would do if it was me. Just saying. Just saying, brother. Yeah. It's definitely. Oh, so he will go battering rams. So go battering rams and scouts and spearmen. So he's gonna fill the rams with spearmen, and then he's gonna support them with scouts. Ooh, and see, this is why I mean he was gonna go missionary. It's going. Oh no, this isn't good though. You know why? He's doing it outside of the base. So if he puts it outside of the base, when these battering rams show up, this is going to be the first thing that they go after, is the monastery. So, yeah, and the towns, he's building outwards when he should really be thinking inwards. Because he should know, if he knows the Cumans well, they're not even castling yet, that they're going to go for a siege push, and he should be, like, getting knights and stuff in his base. And swordsmen and stuff. You know, using those castle age stats to survive and to, you know, thrive there. No. I think he's possibly screwing it up on, maybe. Yeah, no, totally. 100%. So, yeah, no, I have, like, no idea what he's going for here. It's a little weird, though. Yeah, totally. Why are the scouts going into... I don't think he knew about the TC, though. Yeah. But guess what? He's going to be able to fall... He's going to be able to follow the missionary and kill it. Very nice. Hey, he's already draining his gold before he even begins. Oh, is he gonna fill this with, He's not gonna fill it with... I'm trying to figure out what he's going for now. It's really tough to see here. Okay, then he gets... So he's gonna go to Castle Age. That's not bad, because then he can turn the scouts into light cab, and then he can turn the battering rams into capped rams. That's not the worst, especially considering the Spain guy isn't making any military. He's like going total greed right now. Trying to pump out vills, trying to get relics. Oh, he had a relic in his... What a lucky dog you are, my friend. Wow. Having a relic in your base is like really, really lucky. But yeah, no, he's obviously not going to get much done with scouts because they're conversion resistance. The missionary there, especially since they have less range than a monk. So yeah, no, big issue. Tries to do a mangonel, but a little too late there. Wow. Now archery range and a market. Okay, I think Kuman's gonna win this one because he's got the more established military and he's already got the rams out. What I would probably do if I could, I could get some food, is get some knights out right now. Get some knights to kill the rams, get some knights to kill the scouts. And try to just do that. Oh, and then he roses the monastery, so he lost all the gold income of those 3 relics. So all that's gone. And then he's just going to spread out his rams and start hunting all of the buildings. Does he have a monastery in his base too, or is it now? Okay, besides he just retreated that missionary. Alright. Good to know. It's actually very helpful information for me looking at this. Right now, Spain is at least alive because of that mangonel. Because he's, again, you got the advantage on Arena of just having that stone wall. So for now, he can at least, wait a second, whoa. You know what? You know how he screwed this up? Look at what he just did. He put a palisade gate here that replaced the stone wall in this slot. If he knows to shoot this right now, he could break through in this little cubby hole and run after him. Man, did you screw that up? You should have moved the palisade wall down by a tile, and you would have been fine there. Wow. Good way to screw it up, son. Oh, God. That is a little scary, man. A little scary to do that to your, build and everything. Alright, well, at least he's got a castle. He's got a defensive castle. That's good. Because they can do conks. He's protecting this flank here, so... Spain isn't necessarily dead yet. He does have 3 TCs, too. He's probably just not working them very good right now, yeah. Because this is the problem. He's got the town centers, but because he's dealing with all this pressure and having to rebuild stuff and having to do this and that and losing the relics, he can't, just, he's got to, do his timing now, get the conks he can get to kick him out of the way so he can get that, yeah. So he's got conks there, but he doesn't have enough troops to do this yet. He converts a camel by chance. He gets another camel by chance, and then he would have to build another monastery. Oh, he's got the monastery back there. Okay. Oh, he got very lucky there with the camels. I didn't think he was going to get any camels off that, and he somehow did it. Wow, he got really lucky there. And now he can train up more missionaries and grab the jobs. Okay. He got really lucky there, man. But then he converts one of his camels right back with a low from the monks. He kills a monk, though. Monk is down. Another monk's down from the conks. Alright. He's going to reconvert the camel again. Oh, jeez. He almost converted him again. I would have called him the Bob Dylan camel. Can't decide if he's a Christian or a Jew. Yeah, I call him Bob Dylan camel. Doesn't know what his religion is anymore. Yeah, alright. Yeah, he does convert back again. It is Bob Dylan. Can't decide if he's a Christian or a Jew. Keeps converting between both. And the monk converts the conch. He was trying to shoot the missionary from beyond the wall. Oh wow. He gets one relic back, but then he's gonna steal one of them, right? Oh man, okay. Yeah, he's gonna lose one relic. He could snag the last one right now if he's quick. He could still win in the deal. He has to be fast though, faster than steel. He's coming for the thing over here, yeah, and then he quits. Okay, yeah, totally understandable. I mean, look, there's a build gap there. He's losing too much stuff. If he could stack conks, get the consistent wall going, and fight him off, yeah, I guess. Now, this is what I don't understand. The dude was doing cav archers, and then he upgrades crossbowmen. What? Why are you doing that for? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? No, it makes no sense at all. The guy's going cav and he upgrades crossbowmen. That's a little cringe, actually. That's how you know he's like a 1k ELO player, by the way. It's just such a sus play to do. Like that's what happens in mid ELO like that. You see some things and you're like, huh. King Neckbeard. Aren't we all neckbeards? Oh, I'm a neckbeard. Are you a neckbeard? I don't know, man. Good question. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's a 2v2 Arabia. Okay, it looks like... I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if the teams are balanced. Mongol, Teuton, Sicilian, Khmer. So how are they teamed? They got this guy with this guy with... I guess that's a team. I guess that's a balanced team. Would you like me to do a 2v2 Arabia? We haven't tried that yet. We have not done a team game yet. As part of the stream. Now I have done team games of AoE2 before. particularly deathmatch, but I've never done Supremacy. So this would be totally new, a random map. I call it Supremacy because I think of like AOE3, but it's called Random Map. Even though it's not random because sometimes you just literally pick the map. I mean, the layout is random. I guess that's the random part. Alright, so we got Tudin and Khmer's over here. And then on this side, we got our friends, the Sicilians and the Mongols. Oh, wow, interesting matchup, to say the least. So let's look right away at the map and see. Okay, so for this team, right, how are they looking defensively? So blue over here can wall this off. Kind of can wall this off. Wall this off. Wall this. So if it comes down to it, I think Toon player could clearly turtle effectively on his own. How about his buddy? His buddy. Well, who's on the teams here? So it's these guys actually. So okay, so they're split apart pretty much. Okay. So Gray, is he defendable for himself then? Well, he is for most of the map. Looks like he could get some walling done. But this looks a little open here. Okay, so this would be his weak spot. How about the other team, though? Purple Nurple. It looks mostly okay. And how about orange? Orange is looking a little open. Okay. It's always good to check that stuff out early. Pretty much, yeah. Yep, so Khmer's or Toons, what will they probably run? I mean, honestly, as a team, you could do a lot of stuff. I mean, you could go Knight strategy, you could go late game Siege, Teutonic Knights and Battle Elephants, who knows? As for the Sicilians and Mongols, that sounds like a really hard aggro setup. Because see, what you do is, you would have the Mongols doing their early aggression, and then the Sicilian would add donjons in and start pumping out his sergeants with him to build more donjons to back up the Mongol player's push. So if Null and Sedexian here want to go for a real like pressureful campaign, they totally could. They totally could do that, and it would actually be really efficient. So yeah, 100% on that one. Yeah, I like here on the view. It actually shows me all the upgrades. Yeah. Wait a minute, have I seen this before without having to look in the game? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I see for the Sicilians, you got some pretty good stuff. You got like good infantry. You do have some affordable cavaliers too, or at least some good armor on them. And then you get like siege launchers and stuff. Yeah. So you get some decent things. You get some decent things for sure. Yeah. Siege engineers plus heavy scorpion plus siege rams. Yeah, no, you get good siege outside the gunpowder stuff. Yeah. Plus you get arbalists. You get elite skirm. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. As for Mongols, you got a few things. You obviously got the faster shooting cav archers. You got the faster siege engines, so you got fast siege. You got faster shooting cav archers. You got more HP on your scouts. LLGG, man. Aw, man, don't tell me this Muppet's gonna quit. Be a man. Have some masculinity. Go eat some eggs. He is a bit toxic, steal every time. What do you mean toxic? What do you mean toxic? Go eat some raw eggs, my friend. Join the manosphere. Become friends with Andrew Tate. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't do that. That's bad. Very bad. If you listen to your parents at all and want to be responsible, young man, do not listen to that clown. You be a good man, get married, and do everything right. If you want to. If you want to be chaffs and whatever, do that as well, and you'll be respected. But yeah, definitely don't listen to a taterhead like that. I remember somebody did that before in Zero AD, I was like joking around, chatting there, listening in. I had mentioned Andrew Tate out of it, joking like, Andrew Tate mentioned, warning, red flag. Like, I was just joking. I would not support a Tater head like that. I know people like Zaus that love the guy, and I'm like, why do you like such a toxic, cancerous dude?
Timo.
Yeah, not for nothing. He thinks the stuff he's doing is like saving the world or something, and he's actually doing it the wrong way. So he's not even doing that right. So I don't even know. Kind of a crazy knucklehead muppet. Alright, so it looks like Orange is clicking up the feudal. Blue is also going up the feudal. They're the, are they the, trying to figure out, are these the guys that are like, okay, we can read the ELO. So blue is the one with no ELO. Orange is the one with, so these are the low ELO people. The lower ELO people, I should say. They're not low ELO, but they're about average. Purple and gray are obviously the slightly better ones, so we'll have to look at both sides and see how they do it. Gray right now, having a little cubby hole over here. How about blue? Blue's going for a pretty intricate wall himself. He's deciding to defend his base. Honestly, with calling your opponent toxic and stuff over like stealing your animals, I would probably wall too if you really believe that. So I mean, more the power to you, friend, if that's what you think you need to do and stuff. Yeah, totally, 100%. That's pretty good. Oh, okay, I actually pressed an AoE. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I actually pressed an AoE too. Alright. Okay, and now Ally also clicks up. Very nice, very good. Alright, Orange obviously again is double bit axe. Very smart. Anyone else getting double bit axe? Nope. Blue is getting it. Okay, good. Alright, so they're doing good with their techs. As expected, Sicilian's going to be super aggressive with sergeants, and he's going to start spamming donjons in his opponent's base. He takes the first donjon, defends his woodline, defends his food. Not a bad spot for it. And from here, he's going to just run those sergeants in, look for some good weak spots like his gold, his woodline, all of that, and see if he can run a donjon in and start blasting them with arrows. The good old Sicilian donjon rush takes tower rush into the whole next level. Yeah, it's really, really fun. So, let's see if he puts up the donjon right here, right? Very nice. Start building that up. Very good. Very awesome. Alright, he's going to stick it right around the gold there. See what it does. If you look at the circle, it covers the whole gold mine. So when blue goes to go mine gold here, his ville's gonna get destroyed. Shredded like cheese in a cheese shredder, yeah. It actually affects this farm too. No, his ville's gonna get hit from this farm. What a good one. And then you can build another one, like right around here maybe. It's this way you pressure his farms. Okay, he's gonna garrison them inside the thing there. Yep. Alright. Yeah, Blue's got a lot of work to do. He's going to have to find some way to defend this now. He's got a barracks, send up a defensive tower on this woodline. Doesn't defend his farms, though. No. How about Blue, though? How's his stone looking? I don't know, man. When it's a team game, I don't know how you look at the resources. Wish I knew how to do that, yeah. He is getting stone mining now because he's going to need that stone just to survive here. Just to get the towers he needs to defend his base. What about on this side though? Well, obviously, Khmer, it looks to be going Scout Rush. Alright, he gets... Why does he get a... Okay, so why does... Oh, this is Why did I think this is Khmer's? This is Mongols. I was like, why does he have a barracks? No, that's Mongols. He's doing exactly what he has to do. Alright. How about the Khmer, though? The Khmer gets a barracks and an archery range. I can totally understand why, if you deal with Mongols, you definitely want to get spearmen. I mean, you technically don't need the barracks to get the archers, but you do probably need the spearmen for possible scout aggressions. That's a decent idea.
A vostro servizio.
When are you gonna put one, like, right here, a donjon right here, Orange? Like, this would be a great spot for one here, and then if you could sneak around, put one on his stone and just surround him with... Oh, he's gonna try to wall him out, but no, he's got sergeants, though. Sergeants will break through, especially if he has that many of them, It's not gonna work, brother. Okay. He's trying to... Is this a tower? He's trying to get a tower, but then the sergeants are gonna push on him. Oh, God. That hurts. Oh, why did you put a tower that close? What do you think, you're Viper or Hera or something? Why would you put it that close? It's like such a gambit. Why would you do that? Because then he's gonna go right underneath the base of the tower and he's just gonna kill it from underneath. There's nothing you can do. Do you have an archery range or something, son? Really? Wow, he doesn't really know how to deal with donjon pressure. Wow. I mean, it's understandable. His ELOs look like, he doesn't even have an ELO. We don't even know who he is. He's Joe Schmo from Idaho. He's gonna get another donjon closer to here, though. No, I would... Okay, this one's kind of okay. It does cover some of those farms. Just fine. Way Adiote. So the Juanito's gonna help him in the end. So they got a German and a Spanish fella teaming with each other. That's kind of funny. No, he's a Juanito too. Why did he say a German word though? He's got a donjon here now. Start blasting his vills. Very, very good. He's gonna put one in the mill. Okay, he should put one here too. Question is, what's going on over here in this department? So we got Mongol up to Castle Age, doing camels. Looks like Chimera's going knights against camels. I don't think purple has deployed the camels yet, though. Yeah, no. So yeah, that's gonna be a rude awakening for the Chimera player once he tries to fight that. But does he have at least barracks with spearmen? Yeah, he does. Okay, so he could maybe fend that off if he gets spearmen. Since, you know, camels aren't exactly the best melee fighters. Knights can sometimes threaten spearmen depending on the numbers, but camels definitely not. It's a much harsher situation. I think Blue's gonna slowly get weeded out at this point. Oh, he goes castle age, he gets a castle. A slow castle to get a castle. Alright, that's fine. Castle's actually a good play here for the Toon player. Because then he can get Teutonic Knights to fight off the Sergeants too. Plus he's getting Knights and stuff. Okay, that's cool. That's totally cool. Sicilian is also getting a Castle Age. He could potentially get University, get Murder Holes, so when Toon player does come in with the Teutonic Knights and start ripping through his donjons, he'll actually be able to shoot down them and punish them doing that. So yeah, seems like a reasonable play there, honestly. Plus, Chimera player did go for a Knight attack on the Sicilian player, got a few Vil kills there. He could rush him here too, on the stone. Is he gonna know to quick wall, small wall this? No, he doesn't. And he's gonna take Vil kills. He's gonna get Vil kills. Chimera's gonna butcher Vils, yeah. But then the camels show up, yeah, no. He loses all the Vils that built the donjon. He built the donjon to defend villages that are no longer alive. Now he knows about the camels, but this is good though, because this was in an enemy's base. He has time to retreat and time to get spearmen. Yeah, no, he has time to get spearmen now. Why you tell him to retreat? Get some spearmen or something. Get some pikemen out. Get like an army of pikemen, support those knights, and then go for a push on purple. Now it looks like Sicily's getting a town center to support his donjons. Castle sprays through those ones, and now just barely misses the range of this one, it looks like, yep. Okay, castle there for Mongol. Looks like the Chimera's already castle pushing them. That's turned into a pretty interesting front as well, yeah. Big time. Absolutely. Where did the siege? Okay, he's got a siege in the back too, so he's running rams and not sergeants on. Yeah. As the Toon's gonna go knights and mangonels. Well, I think knights generally beat sergeants pretty easily, so that should be good for him. I was over here. Mongol Castle. Well, there's the thing. Does Khmer have... Nobody has range on their castles, though. Yeah, that's weird. Very strange. Oh, he's going to try to run that ram, but I don't think it's going to survive, though. He's going to try to hold it off with the sergeants, and then he's just going to branch the R1s out to fight him. Here comes those giant knights I was telling you about. These guys are going to be mega tanks against sergeants. It's a totally appropriate choice there. Wow. How'd that happen? How did that happen, my friend? Oh, so the Khmer player got to Imperial Age and he started spamming Ballista Elephants. Most unexpected. Wow. Crazy. That was an interesting one, to say the least. Yeah. Crazy. I'm gonna go make myself some roast beef and cheese. I got some lunch meat I gotta use up, so we'll just consume that, and then we'll watch another recording or two together, and then we'll play some Star Wars, I think. Yeah. That sound good? Sounds really good. Very, very good. Yeah. 100% good. Alright, give me a moment to get that roast beef together and I'll be right back. Just got back, man. So let's look at the mats now. I'll find one. Trying to get to the next one. We got 1300 ELO on Arena. Turks versus Bohemians. That might be a fun one. Especially while I'm in. It'll be very slow and collective, and I might have time to actually consume my food without choking. Yeah, let's try that one. I could turn up the volume a little bit while I'm consuming too, and then I'll start yapping once things start getting interesting. Because this one won't likely see a lot of early action, because both civs are pretty late game gunpowder civs that rely heavily on different gunpowder units. For the Turks, it's going to be the extra range on bombard cannons through the Castle Tech artillery, as well as extra range on bombard towers, plus they got the Janissary, of course, plus they get chemistry for free, so they can make it right from the get-go, you know, the bombard cannons, all that stuff ahead of time. Pretty neat. And then for the Bohemians, they're cool. Caveat is they get access to chemistry in the Castle Age, so they can actually get the hand cannoneers an age early. Not only that, they get the Hussite wagons, a very durable gunpowder unit from the castle that tanks for all the units behind it and shoots in multiple directions and stuff. It's like a big giant tank. And then you have the Hofnies upgrade for the bombard cannons that actually gives it like more splash and stuff. So overall, this is going to be a more gunpowder based battle. Yeah. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't just that. And when it comes to like the churchy stuff, Bohemia is more the religion-friendly civ. Not only do they get all the monk stuff, but they also get a cool castle tech that changes everything over to food later on. So it effectively turns monks into trash units. You can spam monks like trash units. And that could be very bad because he could run like redemption against the bombard cans. And then, yeah, no, that could be devastating. How about the monks, though? What did they get? Does he get, He has heresy. Okay, so the Turks do get heresy. Alright. I was wondering about that. I was like, could he potentially get heresy from a monastery at some point so that if his like gunpowder bombard cannons get converted or something, does they just die? Because I believe the way conversion works in AoE 2, if they convert your bombard cannons with the artillery tech research, then that tech is inherited to the player that converted it. So that bombard cannon would automatically have that +2 range on their bombard cannon to actually use against you now. Because the one thing the Turk bombard cannons have over the Hofnies is that they can outrange them by +1. Because as you know, the Turks don't get siege engineers. Lily artillery makes up for the lack of siege engineers on the bomb cannons, plus a +1 on top of that to push it even further. Yeah, so pretty much something worth considering.
Ano.
Hazır ol.
Co przykazujesz?
Emret.
Looks like we got ourselves some Supremacy GA and expanded. Why don't we do that now before we lose time with it? Yeah. Just gotta get out of all these games first. Why is it speaking in Chinese? That's weird. Oh, because the Kyber thing closed. Alright, that makes sense. Let me do that again. That's weird software. Try it again. Loading again. That's very strange. It's not loading. Let's try it again. Something messed up in the executable, maybe. I'll also have to reload this again. I mean, if it keeps acting up, then obviously we'll have to... Okay, there we go. Alright, it's looking good now. Sometimes you just have to recalibrate it a couple of times and then it just works. Let's give it a go. See if we can get some luck today in the... give them a good old booty boot.
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Hey! I almost got him. I almost legend. Wow. Oh god. Hey! I almost... What was that? Oh man, we did. We already started, we're already dead. That's not nice. That's not nice at all. Let me do another one.
Attention, troops. The rebel databanks on Yavin 4 contain priceless intelligence. Lord Vader wants them seized immediately. Most of the rebels fled after destroying the Death Star, but a Special Forces crew remains on site purging files. We'll need to secure the base before they finish. Start by destroying the enemy's turbo laser emplacements. Explosives have been provided.
Hey! We got Star Killers. We got Potato Head. Mr. Potato Head. Yai Mundi. It's Mr. Potato Head. Like good old HP Chaos again. Oh my god. Up that one. Not bad for a first stock, yeah. Question is, can we get this last one? I don't know how these people are gonna do, man. Yeah.
So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Don't tell us we're gonna lose on this first one because people can't get together. Pretty sad.
Come here.
How do you choke? Am I being choked by multiple people? Oh, I got zapped by Fordo. That makes sense.
It's over, Kestis!
East turbo laser reporting. Charges offline.
Ah, crazy.
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come on, not these Star Killer spamming Muppets. Come on, no, come on, will you stop spamming Star Killer? That's a cheating thing.
target the rebel forces and prepare to advance. The outer defenses are down, but we still have far to go. Secure the rebel staging points at their camp and the laser control center. After that, we push for the base proper.
Brutal.
Come here.
So how do we take this one? I don't know.
It's over! Test this!
You're not gonna like this. Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's good from the start.
Come here.
Maybe I'll give him a Plagueis. No, Plagueis, yeah.
It's over, Kestis!
Where is he? Quad tactics. Got it.
All points secure. Focus your assault on the rebels. They'll retreat toward the central structure, and you'll pursue. These rebels destroyed the Death Star, but they can't stop us. To get inside the base, we'll have to override 2 control stations. Soon, we'll have everything they left behind.
Base station override underway.
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
West Station override aborted!
Come here.
Press the Windows key and the cap locks. Crazy.
West Station override has failed! Now the hard part. Stay put.
Cheater. 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 My frames are being reset. Cheater. Cheater. Cheater on the cheater. Knock it off.
We have control of the gate. Hunt down the rebels, then march on the main structure. Quickly! The rebel holdouts are desperately trying to purge their databanks. Get to the main briefing room and the command center. This is what we've come for. Download the data and shoot anyone in your way.
So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Crazy.
Come here.
You lagging.
so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
All downloads complete. Enough intelligence to keep
GG
the
man.
analysts busy for years. The Death Star failed to claim victory on Yavin, but our brigade is superior.
Alright, ready to go. Oh wow, Naboo.
Come here.
2 units commence assault and activate escape programs. Eliminate all troops encountered. Multi-troop transport must arrive at the palace gates intact. Thwart
Cheating.
drone ion
Somebody's
disruptor
cheating over there, I
attacks.
don't know whoa, but... Dude. Stuff getting lagged out like crazy, man. How am I in spawning up there? Tell me somebody's not hacking. A cheater in here? Might be a cheater in here, I don't know. I don't know where I'm getting this damage and getting spawned into these locations from. I don't know where I'm spawning from.
It's over, Kestis! So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Look at all these temple guards here.
about the advance.
It's over, Kestis!
Where is he?
So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Oh, we lagging, boy.
MTT has reached waypoint 2. Further attacks must be intercepted.
Let up, it's working. Now wait,
Oh, that does damage? Weird. And, oh, once that was Star Killer.
It's over, Kestis!
Oh, they're still using boats.
MTT targeting weapons. The NTT is in position. Clear the area of clone resistance and prepare for phase 2.
And it just happened why I just said that. Must be a cheater in here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a cheater doing that.
Come here.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a cheater doing that, you know? Maybe. Could be a cheater.
Override program active. Accessing the west door controls.
It's over, Kestis!
Palace doors unsealing. Run decimation programs. Push the enemy back and prepare for phase 3. The palace throne room has been sealed. All units proceed inside and override the door control systems. Seize the throne room before reinforcements arrive. My strategy is flawless. Do not fail to execute it.
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come here.
It's over, Kestis! know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come here.
Hey, I'll go, Plagueis.
So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Cheater. Really blocking my attacks. That was just... Why am I doing so bad? I don't know. Maybe.
It's over, Kestis!
Cheater. It's blocking my attacks. Attacks aren't even registering.
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
He's blocking my attacks. He's blocking my attacks. They're cheating. They're cheating. Blocking my attacks. Got hackers there. It's cheating.
Come here.
They're cheating, man. Everybody's cheating. They're cheating. They're cheating. Everybody's cheating. They're cheating. No, they're actually cheating. Like, their attacks aren't even registering.
It's over, Kestis!
I think somebody's cheating here. It's not lag. Usually lag doesn't unregister your attacks. Come on. Come on. Somebody's cheating.
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Cheater.
Come here. It's over, Kestis!
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
gotta go with Plagueis. The one potato head. I'm just gonna fly in there and jump on top of him and use my ability on him. Scrape him. Oh, get in there. Got him. Yeah, get my Nihilus too. Nihilus does damage around him, right? Cheaters.
Count Dooku is here.
The Republic has a new ally. Ally on site. Capturing the throne room now. New ally on site.
Count Dooku has come to oversee the battle.
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Come here.
Oh, it's lagging, baby. Really lagging, baby.
It's over, Kestis!
Just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
This operation has failed.
The Resistance came to Jakku to buy an old Imperial droid from the local scavengers. Though the droid may seem insignificant, I assure you it is most valuable to the First Order, and the Resistance will kill for it. We will take control of this wreckage to prevent the Resistance from departing. Secure the landing pad and the reactor control chamber. We'll begin our assault from there.
No one's complaining about being impulsive now.
Going to a new map. Oh, they do. I never realized that. Thanks for telling me.
Just so you know,
All forces,
When you play
a
with me,
damaged
the game's
enemy
rigged from the
vessel has
start.
made
you know.
station fall and rebel boarders are abandoning their ship. They are wounded and confused, but they are inside the Death Star. They will attempt both sabotage and escape. Intercept their forces at the tractor beam's generator and control station. Do not allow those areas to be taken.
That's really lagging. Hold this post. Try not to get flanked here. That one. Oh, good. Got that one. The Jawa. Wow. Got to go for the next stock now.
It's over! Bible first couldn't do it better.
Is this a window? I was like, why can't I run through there? I was like, trying to run through the window. Ugh. Ow. Yeah, this lag's like really unbearably bad. Things I should be targeting not working. Yeah, at least I saved myself there from falling. Free falling. Get quad out. What is he anyways? Big worm? Big eyebrows?
just so you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
The rebels have secured their targets and are on the move. Regroup in the weapons control sector and await orders. Stand guard over the main weapon and the turbo laser hub. Leave no survivors.
Where are we going? We have RC posts. Here and there. Gum. Lag. It's gonna disconnect us. Oh. Oh god, this is bad stuff. Wow, I wasn't even registered into that hallway. That's how bad it is. I'm working after this round. This is just a cheater or something doing this one. Big quads out of here. Oh yeah, it's freezing now. It's like really freezing badly. It's really wasn't doing it before, but now it is. I think eventually it's just gonna crash outright. The way it's looking. Don't want to scare anyone, but I think it's probably gonna crash at some point.
Turbolators down. Main weapon down. How is this possible? Get to the hangars.
Well, it's called lag. That's how it's possible.
Not one rebel escapes this station. Protect the shuttle bay elevator and hangar control. They can't survive much longer.
We can't survive for much longer with this lag.
It's over, Kestis!
So you know, when you play with me, the game's rigged from the start.
Get up there now. Oh man, look at this. Look at this lag. This is bad. And oh, it came in position anywhere. That's how bad it is. Really twisted, man.
Come here.
Let's defend that one now, I guess. Got a Leia here or something? Oh, that's a Krennic. Yeah, we got a Krennic here. Oh wow, crazy. Unreal. Yeah. Can we even do it? Nah, I don't think we can. I get for a little bit, but... Well, because Krispy Kreme is, you know, making the Krispy Kreme donuts, as they say. Yeah. That's what happens. Cooking Krispy Kreme donuts takes a lot of energy in ways you don't expect. Yeah.
It's over, Kestis!
See, I can't even get down there because it's like So, George Michaels? Yeah, I'm leaving. Is there like some HVV chaos or some dueling or something we can do? Get out of this dump? Maybe, I don't know. Let's look. Definitely not dealing with that anymore. That is really bad. Yeah, Thrags dueling again. Let's join them. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't lag up as much as his server is. So I know for the past probably like 2-3 days, they've had some bad connection problems on there. Really bad stuff. Really bad stuff. Alright, so now I'm gonna go with good old Emperor. I'm gonna do some saber practice stuff.
No more! You understand?
Yeah. Hey.
Your forces are insignificant.
I'm stuck in the middle thing again. Alright, let's do this guy.
Experience power!
It's definitely lagging a bit here too, because things I normally can like carry my way out aren't working unless he's doing something really different here. It's like nothing's connecting. It's like breaking right through it. It's gonna like win for free basically. He's like really carrying good. How is he connecting these? Alright, that was better. Maybe it's ungluing now. Maybe it's ungluing a bit at this point. How's he getting me there?
They must not turn this.
Showing the lightning go to him, and it's not.
Use for you.
What is this? It's garbage. Yeah, well, good one anyways. There we go. Got my revenge on you, man.
They reserve their strength. So unfortunate. Goodbye. Do not try my patience.
I don't think the dude left unless that's him. Where did he go?
Farewell. I have no use for you. Time is never an ally. How terrible. Look upon me now. Such a pity. Only despair.
It's a chud. Chud. I feel like I'm lagging.
So this has all been foreseen. Your existence is as and I am not the heroes you believe.
Come. Up the chud.
You truly are Sith. My weapon forged. Silence. You cannot imagine its power. How terrible.
Yo. Um. Oh, a mall. The dark, taking me to the dark mall.
No use for
How'd that happen? I'll give you somebody to do. Or maybe. Um. There he is. Um.
I will never join the dark side. I'm a Jedi.
Oh, that guy now. Alright. That's good.
Resist.
Nice. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
How very uninspired. There is no ignorance. There is.
That was the worst Obi. Well, not really. I'm the worst Obi-Wan Kenobi, technically. Yeah.
Don't underestimate him. Inferno squad. I recognize the markings.
Weak.
Um.
Step.
Oh, this guy. Hey.
Come on. Let's practice. Going in tight.
Yeah, well. Yeah, that was a little fruity, just swung me out of nowhere. Yeah, that dingbat. I think I'm gonna respawn to somebody else.
Be ruthless, my friends. There is no escape. Experience power! Hopeless! Bow to your so unfortunate. Witness my glory.
What was that? Yeah, sure, man. Absolutely, man.
Skywalker has arrived. Do not doubt his strength. No strategy guides them. The boy who would be a Jedi. Goodbye, goodbye. I sense great power, Skywalker. Now! Do not try my patience. Stay there! You cannot imagine my power. part now, are you? You're not gonna like this. I'm getting tired of this.
So unfortunate. I am eternal. You cannot hear. Pity, such a pity. Bow to your traveling. Do not try my patience. You are mine. I sense your
resistance.
Um.
Prove your superiority. Move! Farewell. That's more like it. Heads up. Oh, hopeless. Take a seat. Such a thing. Now. Scream if you. There is no escape. Remain near and await my orders. They reserve their strength.
Defend myself if I must.
Failed me for the last time.
You cannot imagine. What a pity. Witness my law. So unfortunate. You should have hidden.
time and patience.
I will never join the dark side. I'm a Jedi.
If you wish.
Come on!
Take this glory.
You're still good in my father.
Your father exists within my shadow. Bow to your head. Skywalker approaches.
You did your best.
The boy who would be a Jedi.
Last chance!
I can show you great power.
My father.
Closer.
Your empire can't survive.
And your rebellion is pointless.
Go, go!
Out, Heras.
I say?
Is never an ally. Our armies dwarf their own.
You can't outfight me, you old crone.
Here's something I know you'll enjoy. Heads up.
Take it easy.
Goodbye, goodbye. How many years did you spend deceived? You cannot imagine my plan. Such a pity. Skywalker has arrived. Do not doubt his strength. How terrible. Only despair. My flesh, perhaps, but not my spirit. This has all been foreseen. Dark. Farewell.
Overconfident is dark genius.
Flesh, perhaps, but my spirit.
I cannot stop you.
But you are lost. Your forces are insignificant. No. Over here, I am. Bring Master Yoda to me. Now! Don't be helpless, Piggy.
You're in my way.
Crush them underfoot.
I'd back off if I were you.
I don't fight what characters? What do you mean, Card Vader? Or meta characters with no skill? Meta characters with no skill.
Be ruthless, my friends.
Who is this? Jedi Ben? Fell into the pit.
Cannot. Witness my glory.
I'm good on that round.
Look upon me now. You cannot imagine. I know.
the center there. We'll get around them. Try to avoid damage as much as possible.
You have lost! I've killed stronger foes!
Come. Well, you just gotta practice it a little bit, and then you'll figure it out.
Resist.
Experience power! Witness my glory.
Cower.
Dark. There is strength. Lewis. Our foe is helpless. Break!
All too easy.
They must not turn the tide. If you wish. I am eternal. You cannot understand me now. Non-existence. Only despair.
I was doing Age of Empires till about, what time is it now? 1 a.m.? I stopped around, I think it was around 10:30, spectating games, yeah. Yeah, no. I usually break into Star Wars at least around, like, 11 p.m. Sometime, lately I've been doing around 10:30 p.m., yeah.
How hopeless! I
A worthy challenge, indeed.
Your skills please me. Witness my glory. There is no escape. Goodbye. I have no use for it. The dark side consumes. Bound. Greetings, my foe. Cannot endure. So unfortunate. Witness my glory. Dark side consumes. Your existence is an closer. Experience power. Do not try my patience. Look upon me now. Scream if you wish.
Walker.
You cannot imagine the power. I have no use for you. Farewell. Despair. They fight without purpose. Closer, closer.
You will not die, Wells.
Who's the old guy?
Man, works.
Bow to your enemy. Goodbye. Pity, such a pity. Cannot. They must not turn the tide. Scream if you wish. You cannot imagine the power. I have no use for you. No, I know. Our foe is helpless. I am eternal. How hopeless. Your existence is at an end. Bow to your empire. How terrible. Dark. I have no use for you. I am you. Bye, goodbye. I know you somehow. Experience power! This! I have no use for you.
I don't know if Flag had an influence on that one, honestly. I feel like something should have connected it didn't. Yeah. It's been a laggy night on Kyber in general. I think I have to go take care of some stuff now. Thank you for coming to the stream, everyone. It was pretty fun. GG's, everyone. Well played.